obviously is over here. Feel free to grab it whenever you want. And if you want to tweet, we have a hashtag. It's hashtag SecureIoT 2018. We also have a few slight agenda changes. I guess not a few slight ones, they're pretty big ones. First of all, the labeling working group will be presenting first, followed by the consumer education group, followed by the network resiliency group. And then at the end of the day, if we have some time, we're also going to have a presentation from Martin Boderman. And with that, I'll pass it off to our facilitator and ISOC's new CEO, Andrew Sullivan.
Hi there, everyone. I don't know if I can still say new, right? Because it's been a couple of months and I've been in like 9 countries since, so that's great. Boy, this is a little hot. Okay, so I just wanted to start quickly by reminding everyone of the rules, which are over here on the side, very conveniently. We can, look at them. So remember, we agreed to these actually a long time ago when I wasn't an employee of ISOC. We had at our first meeting a bunch of work that we did on the rules and how we're going to engage and so on. So obviously we have, treating people with respect. We sort of make sure that everyone has a chance. The idea is that, if you've got multi-stakeholders, then the multi part means that you've got to allow everybody to talk. Remember that if you're an introvert, and you know it about yourself, I'm an introvert, believe it or not, you have to sort of be proactive and go out of your comfort zone in order to get your point across. Extroverts, on the other hand, need to do the other thing, right? You need to open your ears and pay a lot of attention to what other people are doing. It's sometimes difficult for extroverts. You got to sit on your hands or something like that. That's okay. It's fine. Another thing we have to do is stay on topic. So it's really important that we not allow things to drift. This is an interesting problem, set of interesting problems. It's very easy to wander away into the weeds. So we want to make sure we stay on topic. We try to do the yes and instead of no but. You want to, encourage people to participate and not shut down the conversation. Remember, try raising your hand or otherwise not interrupting people. That's a bad habit that I, for instance, have. So, have to do that. We're supposed to declare conflicts of interest, and we want to declare conflicts of interest so that people know where we are. That doesn't mean that we discount anything that somebody says if they've got a conflict, but it's important to recognize, oh, well, here's something that is a point of view. And remember, there are 2 things about that, right? One is, of course, the conflict is maybe telling you why somebody might be taking a particular stance, but the other thing about conflicts is that it allows you to get somebody into the conversation whose perspective you might not have. And sometimes those people have points of view that are really important. Network operators often have an interest in some of these things, but they also know how the network works. And if, you can't exclude them because you miss out. Remember also that views matter more than numbers. So this is not a democratic exercise where we win by voting. The idea is to bring people together in such a way that you actually get all of the views exposed. And sometimes a view that is an extreme minority view is still really, really important. That often happens, right? You get a subject matter expert who says, no, this is just not going to work, or it's just not implementable, or something like that. That's actually a really important thing, even if nobody agrees with them, because then you've got somebody who really knows the thing, and maybe they're going to persuade you or not. Finally, we want to make sure that we stick with decisions unless you've got new information. So one of the things that sometimes happens in any of these kinds of processes is that people use the opportunity to continue discussion as a kind of filibuster, and we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. You don't just keep revisiting things. So we've got 3 properties of consensus that we also wrote down. This is what we're going to mean by consensus. The first thing is nobody's arguing anymore. It seems kind of ridiculous when you write that down, but as a matter of fact, this is an important feature of consensus, right? You can start to tell that people have stopped making their arguments. But the other thing about it is that you need to make sure that all of the dissenting views have been discussed. So it's not enough to shout somebody down and they've stopped arguing because they've given in. It's rather that you've actually discussed those things and you've figured out, oh, we've addressed that. Maybe what you decide is the dissenting view is one that you're just not going to accommodate. This sometimes happens. Sometimes you say, sorry, you lose. But you need to make sure that you've actually addressed that. And finally, we generally look for something where most people agree, and those who can agree. Among those who don't agree, the people who don't agree, most of them can live with it. That doesn't mean that every single person can live with it. Somebody could lose. You can get that kind of situation. Sometimes that happens, right? If you're dividing a big pile of money, frequently what you find is, the consensus doesn't always favor everyone and somebody loses. But, that's a possibility. So those are the ground rules that we've got today. Now, I want to remind us also of the, really scarce resource that we have, which is time. So today we've asked the presenters not just to present all of the things. This isn't a complete overview. People have had opportunities to look at the materials and so on. Instead, we've got a couple of things to do. We want a very short summary. So we've asked presenters to concentrate on a short summary and to talk about what the final output will be. Remember, the goal here is to produce something, right? We want a thing. And so that thing is going to be an output. It'd be good to have a description of that today because we're running into the end of our cycle on this. That's one thing. And one of the ways that you can do that, of course, is to identify who this output will be for. So who's going to consume it? Because that actually will tell you a great deal about what the output's going to be. Finally, we've got this idea. This whole thing is supposed to come down about, late January, early February. That's the sort of target time, right? And that gives us enough time to have 30 days of comment and all the rest of it. So that's really the time when we got to have this thing done. So then the question is, what are we going to do now to make sure that this gets finished? What do we have left to do, and how do we divide that up in order to make sure that we actually produce the outcome that we want? So with that, we're gonna start with these presentations. So as Tom said, we shuffled the timetable a little bit. So we're going to start with the labeling working group discussion. And I guess, Fuad, you're presenting this? Yeah. Yep, okay. So you're up, and you need a mic, or you can go there. Oh, and we do have, I should say, we have, wandering around mics here, and I can do the wandering around. So if people need to talk, let me know.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I don't know if I'm the leader of the group, but I also have someone helping me write the document, Hussein. So I don't know if you want to join me up here, so we can kind of go through this together if there's any questions. So thanks for attending. So what we're going to do is we've started to draft a document. So if you remember the last meeting that we held in Toronto, we kind of had an outline of concepts within a document that we thought should be included. And so from that, what we started to do was build out the content for those, as well as adding information that we thought would be helpful to the reader or someone who's going through the document to say, here's what we're thinking about these sections. Okay, and then so likewise, we started building the content for those. And so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of just walk through these. So maybe what I'll do is I'm going to let Hossein kind of drive the presentation piece of this, and then I will add just my color commentary to the different aspects of what we've put together. Is that okay? Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fuad.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for ISOC for choosing this place. My first time to come to the new building. It looks quite magnificent. Mm-hmm. Have been pleasure working with Fuad on this project, focusing on labeling for IoT devices. The objective, as you have mentioned in the previous two sessions, is basically threefold. Provide the consumer with the ability to understand the security and privacy issues and compliance of the device at the time of purchase, helping him make an informed decision about the capabilities of the device and risks initiated, also making able to compare between devices of different manufacturers. That's on the consumer side, and that's very critical. On the manufacturer side, and here when I mention manufacturer, it's a more general, open sense, includes the vendor of the builder of the hardware product or software product, as well as the retailer, as well as the service provider, who can provide this device potentially as a provisioned or managed service or monitored service. So provide the manufacturer the ability to show in a clear and concise way his security compliance, how his device has been designed with security in mind, how he has addressed any security or vulnerability concerns on the onset by designing and mentioning this very clearly to the consumer at the time of purchase. And at the same time, allow the market oversight authorities, could be the government, could be an independent entity, to assess the compliance of IoT devices from a security point of view in a consistent and transparent approach. The key considerations that we have covered in this report that you have in front of you covers label formats, standards that are of critical importance, certification, enforcement, and an example of a label structure that we came up with, that Fuad came up with, and potentially could be subject to a discussion. Here we basically make lots of reference to research done in already within IoT study or working groups globally, and make also benefit from studies done on different sectors beyond IoT. Particularly when we talk about label formats. Label formats have been quite well used in other sectors, in the food sector, as well as in the energy efficiency sector, and to label devices. And there are different types of labels. And this is important for us when we come to a conclusion, what kind of label should we vote for IoT device. Sorry. The first format is a graded scheme. A graded scheme, we mean that we grade specific features in the product and give them weight or percentage or importance. And the first two examples are within the food sector. That shows you salt content or sugar and calories. And then on the right is also a graded scheme, but with color grading. And this attracts attention of the consumer even more than the first option. And these have shown, from a healthy choice perspective, the graded schemes have been shown to help the consumer make healthier choice when sourcing for a food product. The two other examples at the bottom are on the energy efficiency side, and they deal with, from the European point of view, on the first one on the left was initiated by a European directive in 1995, and the second one in 2010, so about 15 years time span between them. And they have been also helpful to guide consumers. Although, as you see, with the variation in the labeling scheme, both of them use color scheme. The second one uses A plus as a top, at the best category, and then G as the lowest category in terms of energy efficiency. Consumers have shown that they cannot distinguish very much between A+, and A++, or triple plus. And they perceive that an A is sufficient, is good enough to buy the product, and they don't have to invest even more to buy a more efficient product. And this is something to keep in mind, that fine granulation in categorization might not be that helpful to consumers. At the end of the day, consumer has a very limited time frame to spend making a decision, inspecting the product and making a decision for purchase and comparing. And this goes beyond technology to the behavior science part. The second scheme, thank you. Second scheme is the binary or seal of approval scheme. Basically here, the product has been tested by an authority against a known standard, a known metric, and if it passes, gives it a seal of approval. If it doesn't pass, the seal is not existent on the product. It helps a lot the consumer can make a decision very fast, but it also has a bit of shortcomings that if it is present, doesn't mean that every aspect on the healthy side or energy efficient side is covered. Some aspects require some further investigation. And we'll discuss these when we talk about IoT security specifically, because it has an effect on the IoT security side. The third format, which is a descriptive information label, basically is a list of capabilities or features that exist in the product, and it helps to compare between vendors. And if this is a new introduction of a label, description is quite useful. As I mentioned, lots of research and studies have been done and frameworks have been built for IoT security side. In the UK, in 2017-2018, the Department of DCM's digital and sports and media have published several reports, including a code of practice, secure by design, and then lastly, a document that identifies the key standards that are important to follow from different organizations when comparing these products and building the framework. The code of practice for IoT security device report from the UK government identifies 10 key principles that are important for an IoT security framework point of view. It doesn't mean that they have to be present on the label, but they are really issues that we have to look at to identify the vulnerability and security capability of an IoT device. And they include nothing is really new. No default passwords, implementation of vulnerability disclosure policy, key software updates, how it will happen and when, how to secure and store credentials, communicating safely, whether encryption is being used or not, minimize exposed attack surfaces through identifying known vulnerabilities, ensure software integrity, how ensure personal data is protected, make systems resilient to outages, and in case of outage, that the device fails to a secure and failover state, monitor system telemetry data so that we know that the device is starting to behave in an unpredictable and unknown fashion. Make it easy for customers to delete personal data. This is very critical because a normal consumer will not know what data is being stored, but even more importantly, if he wants to dispose of his device or want to give it to somebody else, how he can delete any personal data stored on the device. This is something that has to be explicitly disclosed by the manufacturer. Make installation and maintenance of IoT devices easy and validate input data. As I mentioned, this is from the UK DCMS, UK government. Now, if we look at these principles, along with the known labeling schemes from other sectors, we can identify that every one of them has a pros and as cons. A colored graded scheme would attract attention from a consumer, which is very critical. But it has to be available in every device so that we can compare devices. Not a voluntary scheme, but a mandatory scheme. So a graded scheme is more efficient, more effective if it's mandatory on all devices. Binary serial approval is typically preferred by a consumer for easy decision making. If it exists, buy the device. Doesn't exist, forget the device. But it could lead from a false sense of security, particularly when we're comparing IoT security capabilities. Doesn't mean that the label is there, that there is no action on the part of the consumer. As we mentioned in the previous slide, the 10 principles, several actions rely a lot on the consumer to take action on. So the seal of approval itself is not sufficient. Must be accompanied by a list of actions that the consumer have to do before making use of the IoT device or during the use of the IoT device. Descriptive information label formats is useful, and it's good, particularly in the case of its voluntary adoption of a label on IoT devices. But you have to limit really to the most relevant information to be disclosed by the manufacturer. The consumer has so much ability, so much time he can dedicate to absorbing this information for the common user. And here we need to take into consideration whether the label will be a mandatory from day one or voluntary from day one, and then a graded fashion become more and more mandatory. Or, as we will see from a certification point of view, some countries have opted that specific categories of products are more critical to have labels on before other products. When we talk about certifications, and this is really quite key, it's good to know that several countries have taken already steps in this direction. Again, we refer to the UK, building on the reports of the design, Secure by Design and the Code of IoT Best Practices published by the UK government. The British Standards Institute has published a kite mark. A kite mark, as shown in the bottom, is basically a label that goes with the binary format. If it exists on the device, then basically BSI says that it has tested this device against specific standard, looked at the organization that has produced this device, and it meets the certification and mandatory requirements set forth by the institute. It provides rigorous independent assessment, and has 3 types of devices, as I mentioned: the residential device and commercial, and one that is high risk by the way it is being deployed and used, or in what they call enhanced. The device is not the only thing that's being assessed, but also the manufacturing entity, the organization that manufactures the devices, against ISO 9001. BSI tests them against interoperability and functionality, and provides, if they pass all the test requirements, they get the BSI mark, kite mark, and continuous monitoring after the device is being used is handled by BSI. So this is an approach. And this was published early 2018, so it's in the process of being implemented. The standards that are going to be used for testing are published by the UK government. Against these 10 principles, every principle has specific standards from GSA, from IoT Foundation, from ISOC IoT, regarding what standards are going to be utilized for this. On Australia, a similar concept. Testing to be done by accredited labs under the National Association of Testing Authority, which is the Australian government. They refer to specific frameworks that they're going to rely on, not to replicate or to come starting from scratch. Specific frameworks, as mentioned here and in the paper, they're going to rely on. They award the test certificate and then look into the behavior of the product moving forward. It is currently not mandatory, although I think this will change, and recommend to issue an IoT Australian authority, security and privacy trust mark themselves. So they are going to come up with a trust mark themselves on the Australian market. The EU, as we have heard in the previous session, the EU is considering Cybersecurity Certification Framework Act, CSA, is being pushed quite hard by several countries, including the Netherlands. The certification offers availability, authenticity, integrity, reliability of data, and/or functionality and services offered. So it's quite comprehensive. The aim is to be mandatory for specific devices. Specific devices will be identified as being high risk, and they will have mandatory on the manufacturer, the retailer, or the service provider to have the labels on them. Long term, the hope or the aim is to have mandatory on all devices using CE marking. CVP? Would you like to mention this?
Sure, I can cover that one. So this is from CSA, the CSA group, and this is a solution they came up with. We talked about this in the previous meeting. Won't go through all of that. Basically consists of 3 parts: a self-assessment, it's a questionnaire, binary responses, an actual on-site audit based on that questionnaire from the vendor, and then that also leads to testing. So there's all kinds of testing depending on what the product solution looks like. And basically the goal of it is to understand, in a similar case where BSI is looking at, they use 9001, there's a maturity model rating. And it basically looks to align what are the characteristics that the organization has, because the key concept is if the company isn't operating securely, they cannot possibly create a secure product. So that's really the key concept to it. The program has been field tested, so it's been testing now for almost a year with multiple different manufacturers, and it's been kind of refined since then. And the notice, what's called the Notice of Intent, or NOI, has been filed with Standards Council of Canada. So the goal is to make this a Canadian standard to begin with, and then potentially look at making it into an international standard as well in the future. And then finally, here's kind of a concept we came up with so far what we've seen, so far the discussions we've had, the need for a specification for a label. So this is kind of what we came up with, where you basically have the certifying company who's doing the actual testing and evaluation, their logo. You then also have the reference to the standard and/or product that is being assessed. So in this case, what we did, we referenced the CVP 2018 version, because typically a lot of standards have a version with them. So what version do we actually do? And then the actual product. In this case, it's an IoT SRG product. And then likewise, we also created this live component, because that has come up in conversation, where what you do is you give the consumer or the potential buyer of this product the ability to link to what that product is, what the current security status is, and all those kind of things. So we talked about MUD before. So this potentially would go to where the MUD files would be. This would go to potentially where CVEs would be, any security notifications, vulnerability disclosures, security configuration guides, privacy statements, all those kind of things. So it'd be one-stop repository for the user to get the full view of security for that product that they're looking to buy. That was the concept. So this is our initial take on it, on how it would actually look. Okay? So that's it for just kind of to give you a high-level view of just what the document has in it right now. And so if you haven't had a chance, please take a look. There's quite a few of the sections that there's still a lot of content that needs to go into it. And then finally, what we're hoping to do, I think just from a timeline perspective, is by the end of January, have all of the content done for the document. And at that point, it's being full review from the industry. So then we get your feedback, we do the modifications that we'd like to do, or that you're requesting that we do. Do you agree with our recommendations, our findings, or are we just kind of crazy? Hussein's more crazier than I am, for the record. So that's kind of where we are. Hopefully that's a good overview. We'll just open the floor, I guess, for questions, comments, discussion.
So there are two... There we go. So there's a couple of things that I want to mention. One for future presenters, shorter, because we've eaten into some of our discussion time, right? So remember that there are a couple of things that we want to get out of this discussion right now. The first is what the final output will be. In this case, it looks like a document with recommendations in it. And obviously, who is this for? So that's actually an important question here. Who is this for? Is this for policymakers? Is this for consumers? Is this for manufacturers? Who's gonna consume this thing?
So I think there's probably going to be several targets because there's going to be several sections. So I think one is going to be policymakers. Because we're hopefully, if you look at just what we're proposing for the requirements for the specification, that would be one. I think the manufacturers would be another, to just as an educational tool that here's the different means for assessing a product based on our findings and what's happening in different jurisdictions. So for example, if it's a Canadian manufacturer potentially thinking of the UK market, they might want to think of the BSI, kite mark, for example. Or if there's different sectors that they want to look into, understand that there's different standards that they need to consider to potentially get into those markets. So I think that would be the other one. And then jointly, we will have to put in aspects for the awareness piece that will have to then, I think, feed into the awareness working group. So that they understand the positional piece. So for example, when we talked about the grading scheme, so if we actually, I think, from this determine that it's this grading scheme that's needed, I think that education piece to say, okay, what do you need to look for? What does the grades mean? What does the gradings potentially not mean? Because we also think that there's a lot of confusion on labels, because if you buy something with a label, there's an assumption. And sometimes when it comes to security and privacy, a lot of people are making the wrong assumptions. So how do we best educate the consumer and potentially the business how to buy these products and understand the risk of that product in their specific deployments?
So this is an important thing, because what I heard you say is that we will have to, which means that that's one of the outstanding things that isn't done yet, right?
That's right.
Remember, that was the other thing we want to get out of this discussion. What do we have left to do in order to get this thing shipped by late January, early February? So I think that those are some things. And then one last thing before we have any discussion. How many people have actually read this document so far? Okay, so that's actually pretty good. Always an important thing, right? Because it's important to know who's actually read it when you're evaluating what their opinion of the document is, because sometimes people have strong opinions about a document they haven't read. Okay, so do people have comments? Are there things that you're not sure about, things that you think we need to address that is not here, or stuff that maybe you think this is done and we should ship it tomorrow?
I'm Jeff Wilbur with the Internet Society. The label you showed, it kind of looked binary, but then you talked about grading levels, so I was wondering that proposed label at the end. is it binary, or does it, with a QR code, do you go look at depth? Just curious what the proposal is there.
So, I mean, yeah, it's binary in the sense where it gives you specific information to the product and what they've certified to, right? But then it's graded by the fact that you've got something that you can actually, the QR code, where you can actually go, because security potentially is a sliding mark. For example, today, if you tested a product, okay, you have a widget, there is no known vulnerabilities against that product. So you can give it a rating potentially at 5 that says it's safe. However, tomorrow, someone can find the 0 day against a third-party library that's been included into that. All of a sudden, that could go to a -5. So tomorrow, you check that QR code again, all of a sudden, that security rating of that product has shifted. And so how do we basically indicate that potentially to the consumer without a retesting? Because the security implications to the user has changed dramatically almost overnight.
So the label itself doesn't imply goodness, it just implies
It implies formal testing and evaluation,
Okay.
right? But it doesn't provide that real-time view of the product. So what we wanted to do was created this real-time kind of security view of the product. That was our concept.
Got it, thanks.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Mark Ramlochin. I'm with Underwriters Laboratories, UL.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just part of the working group as part of your literature review of existing standards.
Yep.
I just want to make the working group aware that UL, we have published a number of cybersecurity standards in this area for healthcare wellness, medical devices, industrial control systems, along with some life safety equipment. So these are all cybersecurity network connectable type products. So these are national standards of Canada, and they are used right now in support of UL's assurance program, cybersecurity assurance program, which is actively underway and being used. So I would be happy to provide some information on these standards and the cybersecurity assurance program from UL to the working group just as part of the literature.
Okay. Thank you. Just for background, when we first started this, I've been involved with a lot of international standardization for IoT for the last 6 years. So I've been representing Canada for SC41 and SC27. And so because of that, I did full disclosure on all the standards that we basically have done a full international purview have. And I've made that publicly available to the organization and to everyone here. So I think that is also on, I think, our Google Share as well. So because that represents an international view of everything that's been done. Also, full disclosure, I'm the editor for 27030, which is the SC27 standard for IoT security and privacy that's being developed. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this area, both at a national perspective and international perspective. And so I don't think we've lost that view. What we were looking for is how do we basically give the consumer, not focused on a standard, but a label that gives the indication to what the security implications are of that device. Like that was kind of the goal of the exercise, right? So you can't necessarily point to a specific standard and say, hey, this standard is going to fix your problem, because it's not. It's going to be a combination, right? It's going to depend on the product it is. It's going to depend on the organization. It's going to potentially depend on the sector that they're in as well, because there's different needs, different risks. So we have to kind of manage those in a way that basically we can show the consumer on a label to what that means and what the potential risks and privacy impacts are for that. Because it's not just necessarily about the cybersecurity, it's around the privacy aspect as well, which more and more consumers are saying are a barrier for them buying a product.
Thank you for the overview, also the exploration early on. And I see what you just explained. How is it going to help consumers? Because if there's too complex information and a reference to standards they don't understand, how would that help? As I understand, we've got the binary label as a useful one for consumers to make an easy choice.
Yeah.
And even in the BSI kite mark, for a consumer, it would be like, is it okay for residential use?
Right.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
And that would be a kind of help, I would say, could help consumers. What can we usefully do to make sure that this helps consumers make smarter choices without doing a doctorate in what all these different standards mean?
Yes. I think one of the options to consider is if we want to categorize specific products within categories, the residential category, a commercial category, and then a third one, which is maybe enhanced or high risk. This is easier for consumers. And I agree with you, Ed, that there's really a flurry of standards that talk about how to test against specific points. So listing standards on a label is really not practical. And that's why, for example, the kite mark has chosen to just categorize the products into these three categories and make it easier for the consumer to relate its residential use, secured for residential use, then that's fine. And the standards are being hidden or taken care of by a testing authority, which is the BSI in this case. Instead of listing the standard on the label itself, that could be an option.
So I think there's an important tension here, right? Because there's basically two different approaches that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. One is a sort of kite mark thing, and it's a binary thing at moment of purchase, where you say, is this okay for my application? And this has the downside that you were mentioning before, that then you can't update it because it's a binary choice at the moment of decision making. And what you're proposing here is instead an ongoing thing, which is here is your link to the ongoing properties, security properties of this device as tested. So is that a fair, albeit simplistic, description of the choice before us?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want, you can see what I'm trying to do here, right? I'm trying to drive us to a decision. So the key thing here is that we're making a choice. And the recommendation that's here is along these lines, which is basically to provide the way by which people can keep their devices up to date rather than a decision-making tool at the moment of purchase. Now you notice that because this has this link to the live updates and so on, it has the additional property that when you're making the choice, you could point your cell phone at it and then go and look at it. And of course, if you go and look at it and you see, gee, this device has 300,000 vulnerabilities filed against it. Maybe that tells you what you want to know, assuming that you're making those kinds of choices. So there is a property here that you can get. You can be led towards the binary decision making simply by following this. But it seems that there's a high bar for consumer education in that case.
That's right. So that's why it's key, whatever we kind of determine over the next month or so on how we build out this section, that those key inputs and guidance have to go into the awareness document. Right. Yeah.
So everyone gets that's the direction. Okay, good.
It is check. Okay. Hi, my name is Taylor Bentley. I'm with ISET, the Government of Canada. So I guess to fully explore this combination of binary and descriptive label, first to Martin's point, that I think it actually should specifically say security of this device certified by blank, and the combination of the certifying company and the standard could be under that. And as I understand, it could be anything, right? It could be a different company. It could be a UL standard.
It could be, yeah. So what you're basically saying is it could be UL symbol there. It could be TÜV's symbol there. Whoever the company that's actually doing the assessment, right, is there. And then what were the guiding standards? So you could put UL 2900, right, -2-1, and then what was the product that was being tested, and then the actual product site that's being managed by the vendor to say, okay, here's where we are current. What's our current state of the product?
Yeah. So sorry. So then it should explicitly say, as I say, just to give more context on what these labels mean. The security of this device has been certified by blank, and then above the QR code, for more information on the technical specifications or how to use this product securely, visit blank.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the consumer element. If it's not color codes, then you need to explicitly say. Now that's just one way to, I think, fully assess this option. But generally, I think it's fully fleshed out. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's lots of options that we have, right? And keep in mind, for example, we listed mud up there because that's something that we see potentially happening within the industry. in order to actually, if we actually buy into this concept, there's a lot of things that need to happen, right? There's a lot of specifications we would have to write. There would be a lot of different standards and or requirements documents having to be filed, and then is it mandatory? So then who has a jurisdiction to actually make this mandatory on a product, right? That's like something we haven't even really thought about yet. So those are all kinds of things that would have to be kind of determined, and I don't think we would have enough runway in the program to do that, right? I mean, we're finishing up early spring, so we'll have to just kind of figure out what the next steps for that kind of stuff would be. But I think maybe Michael can maybe speak to some of the stuff that's going on in MUD, and when him and Jordan are up to talk about what's going on with those pieces, but we'll let them cover that off. I think there was another question somewhere. Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm Christina Young. I'm from Health Canada. I was just wondering, what the consumer uptake is on the use of, I was wondering if we know what the consumer uptake is on the usage of QR codes. And I mean consumers outside of the demographic of this room, but just general people, if they use QR codes at all.
So we actually haven't looked at that aspect directly, but what we're seeing is that the uptake for QR codes in a lot of different sectors has an increase dramatically. If you look at a lot of, say, the technology sector, they are adding QR codes onto their products. So we see this in a lot of router products are actually adding them. So for example, if you buy specific router brands, there's a QR code on them. So you can actually just QR code it, and it gets you all of the like the manuals, the setup guides, all that kind of stuff. So that's why we kind of position this in that same realm where we're seeing the vendors kind of moving towards. So, but what we want to do is we want to give them a bit more guidance to say, okay, so what are the other pieces that we need to know? So for example, if it's a US vendor, for example, they might just be working in the context of the US privacy laws. So they should explicitly state that to the consumer. And so when the consumer is buying that, they know what their data collection policies are. That should be explicit to the user who's buying that product prior to purchase. And or if the seal isn't broken on the product, they have the opportunity to return it and get a refund or credit against that product because they don't agree with the usage policy of that organization. Likewise, if it's a Canadian organization and they're meeting PIPEDA rules for privacy in that product, then likewise, they just should educate the consumer that here's what it means. And the consumer, from our perspective, we're going to have to give them enough background to say, okay, this meets the specific guidelines, or this vendor meets the guidelines for PIPEDA within Canada. What does that mean to me as a consumer? Right? And there's still a lot of, like, there's a lot of education we have to do around that.
So
I don't have all the answers for that.
I think this is an important point, but it didn't exactly answer your question, because there's actually, so it sounds to me actually like this is one of the things that needs to go on our list of stuff that hasn't been done yet, right?
Yes.
We've got a list of stuff that hasn't been done yet, and one of the things is sort of feasibility analysis of
QR codes.
Suppose we put QR codes on like everything in the universe. Will anybody ever look at them? Which I think is at the root of your question, right? Yeah, and so that seems like that's a second thing. So we've identified two things that we need to do. That's great. This is, I mean, people shouldn't feel bad about that, right? The whole idea is that we get out the things we still need to do. So A+. So that's good. So we've got two more at this table, and you are up too. So since the microphone, oh, and there too. Okay, keep going.
Brad Fisher, also Health Canada, Consumer Product Safety. Also, when you were talking about some of the other certification regimes in other jurisdictions, do we have any data at this point about how which ones are more effective from a cybersecurity and IoT perspective? Are which ones of them are working elsewhere, or is it still too early to have that kind of information?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit too early to get that kind of information. So in a lot of cases, there's no public like database of products and the certification. So for example, if you take Common Criteria as an example, Common Criteria has a centralized repository that gives you the product, who assessed them, like who was the laboratory, who did the testing, what EAL level or protection profile did they actually do. So it's a single place where you can actually go to. No other repository kind of exists like that. So it's almost dependent on the consumer to basically educate themselves on what the claims are against that specific standard and what does that standard actually mean or not mean. So if you actually read some of those elements of, say, common criteria, not to bash common criteria, but if you get a product that's certified to a certain level, but you actually misconfigure it, you actually don't meet the requirements for that EAL level. But consumers don't know that. Right? So those are some of the stuff, the nuances of that is going to be tricky from an education perspective.
But I think there's a deep question in what you're saying too, because I think all of what you just said is absolutely right.
Yeah.
But there's a deep question in there as well, which is we have to pick right now, and we've got no examples of success or failure. Is that what you're worried about?
Or I guess the loaded question is, do we have to pick right now? We don't know.
I see. So, I mean, one answer to that, of course, is no. I mean, you can always just kick the can down the road forever. But the hypothesis of this project has been, we started on this on the principle that doing something would be better than doing nothing because this is such a catastrophe already. And remember, like, just to remind people what we're looking at here, right? Some of these things are simple devices that you can think of throwing away pretty easily, but some of them are light switches. I don't know how often you change all the light switches in your house, but I don't change them that often. So these are going to be decisions that people are going to live with for a long time as we hook more stuff up. So actually there's part of the reason for the urgency here is because of the built environment that we're making with these devices without any environment at all. I think that may be part of what is informing some of the urgency. But I mean, I'm not suggesting you're wrong. I'm rather suggesting that was part of the reasoning, and so maybe now is a good time to ask, does that reasoning still hold?
Can
You want to add something?
I add something small?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of if we need to act soon or we can delay, the market is moving, and as you see that our jurisdictions are coming up with their own trust marks. So there will be a trust mark already in place. It's up to us then on the Canadian market if we want to rely on these or come up with something that is reciprocal and that's beneficial to the Canadian consumer. The second part is, if you've seen from the previous, from the other sectors on the food and the energy, the development of the trust mark is developing, something that is happening over a time frame. And on the energy side, it was changed after about 10 years or 15 years by the EU and be more granular, for example. So there is a phase of introduction, a phase of measurement of consumer acceptance, consumer awareness and maturity, and then at some point, fine grinding could take place. It's has to be cast in stone from day one.
Yes, this is Al McGilvery from Sierra. Actually, just to build on your point of saying, I think what I heard you saying is, well, my question was going to be, how are manufacturers responding to the many and varied, I'll call them certification programs, because there's standards within them, I think. And that is to say, is it your expectation that they will certify against multiple ones, and then you would have multiple marks on the box? Or will they certify to the lowest one because that's the easiest? So that's a question of what's going on elsewhere. But actually, to your point, do you see your label as complementing these multiple marks on the package, or in fact overtaking them and making it better, like trumping them in a way?
I think it's targeting the jurisdiction of the Canadian manufacturer and the Canadian consumer. That's where our label comes in. If it comes from a jurisdiction that has already been certified, and some sort of relationship should be kept. If we are reciprocal to the other labels, it's something that can be standardized on and can be made public. Your first question.
I was asking just what is happening in the market.
Yes. Yeah, I think so far there is introduction of these the kite mark and the effort on the Australian side. The EU is trying to do something as an EU-wide initiative, not country-by-country initiative. I think in due course there will be some aggregation of these initiatives, but they could coexist, which is the case of the energy and the food. There's multiple marks depending on the jurisdiction, and they could coexist as long as at some point there is a relationship being set in place, typically by the geography of the consumer to protect the consumer interest. Then this should be sufficient.
Yeah, there is equivalency. So if you look, for example, in a lot of stuff that's going on in ISO and IEC for like 62443 in the industrial sector. So long as you certify to 62443 in one jurisdiction, you're globally covered, right? But also the EU right now is basically looking at that and basically saying that that's an equivalency to what they're trying to do because it meets the requirements of a formal certification evaluation process for that specific product. So depending which part of 62443, they can either do a specific product, the process, or a deployment. So which one do they want to do? Or it could be an embedded part of the system. So if they actually just want to focus on a specific subcomponent within that system, they can have that certified. So within the whole 62443 in EU, they could use a 62443 standard to meet that requirement, right? So that's why in our whole concept, we didn't want to get bogged down in the concept that one standard's going to basically do it all, because it's not. Right? It comes down to risk management. It's one, quantifying the risk, mitigating the risk. That's what they have to do. So can they do those things for their product? And so how they get there is almost irrelevant to what we're trying to put on the label. It's, did they do that formally, and did they go through an organization that's recognized as actually doing the formal testing? Those were the key concepts, because that means they've gone through a formal process, not just a self-assessment that says, hey, we did this. Because we find a lot of examples where the self-assessment comes in, a lot of companies make claims that actually, if you audited those organizations, you would actually realize that they actually aren't doing those things as well as they could be. Not slamming them, just saying they're not as, they don't have teeth, right? So, I think, was there another question? Yeah.
My name is Ken Dagg, an independent consultant working with the CANARIE initiative.
Closer, please.
I want to take you back outside of that context. Having gray hair and having been involved in tech for about 25, 30 years, I get asked by family and friends an awful lot for advice. Most of the people I'm dealing with are, not to put them down, simple-minded around tech is about the best way to put it. And they're looking for 2 or 3 things. Is this thing safe for me to use? Given recent press, is my data going to be safe? Am I going to get hacked and find myself all over the internet with my identity being used to who knows what? And how usable is it? Can I actually use this sucker? And this is John Q. Public, who in some cases, I have my father-in-law who's 90 and still reasonably tech savvy, but setting up things is not the easiest thing for them. I have friends in their 30s who quite honestly have trouble changing light bulbs. So that's the type of audience I think we need to be directing this labeling at. So QR codes to them are Greek. Now, one thing I will say on that is awareness to me is a continuum. So what works today, what's impossible to work today, in 5 years may be possible. So I think we need to take that continuum. Now, I know there's an awareness group that needs to work with that, but I think the recommendations you're coming up with in this need to, if not, I think they need to address that continuum of today and tomorrow.
Right.
So before you go on, I think that this touches back on the sort of decision driving that we were making earlier. And so I want to probe you a little bit further here. Just before we proceed, because it would be good if we came to a consensus about this thing today. The proposal here is to go to one end here of this continuum, which is a label that continues to be usable through the lifetime of the device. I think that that's a fair description of this, right? You've got here a mechanism by which it says, follow this link that's embedded in this QR code, and you will continue to get data that is necessary for the long-term use of your device here. I guess then the question that we have to answer is, do we think that that is worth doing? Is that a thing that is worth doing because it will improve the security of this market, or is it something that we think will not cause people to do that? Going back to that earlier question of like, what's the uptake of QR codes and so on? Because that's really the decision that we're facing.
personal opinion, if the QR code gave me my check mark, if the QR code gave me my check mark, that would work today. If the QR code I could use in a couple of years to get an update on the security of my device, because I agree with you, I don't change my light bulbs, and especially with the new LED light bulbs, that's going to be 5-6 years, hopefully. Nor my light switches. I'm not going to change my Nest thermostat, given what I paid for it, for quite a few years until the thing breaks. So I've got a lot of these devices that aren't going to change. My need to know information about them may change as we progress. But right now, to make that purchase decision, personally, I'd like to see it's secure, my data is being protected, and it's usable.
Okay, but I want a pony. I mean, you know, that's the usual response to that, right? So that's the difficulty. That I think that was the part of this that was the early part, the kite mark, is saying, you know, that's the check mark. So sorry, I didn't mean to hijack what you were doing though, because you had another point that you were trying to make, I thought.
No, it just is that. I really like the idea of the residential, commercial, and enhanced categories, because the consulting I've done to organizations, they have staff to go do a lot of this research that would go into the details of what standards, how well they meet them, and all of that before they make decisions. The enhanced folks are even tighter about that.
Yeah.
The residential folks, does it look good? Does it look pretty? Is it the right color? And it's somebody said it's safe, and it has to be somebody I trust to say that it's safe. And I'll use our own organization. CANARIE does assessments of identity service providers. That's great for those companies who understand what CANARIE does, but for the public, they could care less.
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to defer your question, but I think the next group, as the next group is coming up, talk about the router project, because I think the router project talks about some of this, is attempting to address some of the issues you're talking about, in the sense of that the consumer doesn't need to know the configuration. That's where something like MUD comes in. So MUD is a concept that basically you can provide a configuration that basically is pushed to a router that basically sets it up to operate secure. So basically you create, and I don't want to steal your thunder, is basically you contain the device from doing damage. And then you monitor it to see if it's changing its profile. And if you do, then you're basically restricting that. But one of the other groups is going to talk about that project, and I think that will basically give you some of the concepts of what the bigger the vendor market is looking at. And I think that's key, because you have to look, you can't look at, I think, these different things as little pieces, right? You have to pull back and say, okay, if I put all of these together, I get this, like I get the awareness piece here, so I can give the consumer the education piece. I get the label that basically says this device has gone through some testing and formal assessment at some level. And I got the resilience piece because the vendor has now included all these components that's basically going to protect me when I use this in a consumer, business, or industrial environment, right? So that's why we have to always, I think, just pause for a second and just pull back and say, collectively, what are we doing across the groups, and what's going to come out of this? And then measure, okay, do these things line up? Do they make sense?
Okay, so we got like 8 minutes, and we got like 8 people, and you already had a turn, so you're going last. I know, but you're going last.
Alyssa Moore with the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. So thinking as sort of Jane consumer here, with this sample label, I'm seeing the certifying company's logo will be sort of a de facto trust mark for people. If they see a logo that they trust and they know, well, this company has, or this manufacturer has gone through the trouble of getting this certified, that's going to be your de facto point of sale yes or no check mark. To the question earlier about whether or not it's worthwhile to do the live update or the living label, I think absolutely, but I have some questions. I can't remember if this was in the document or not, but is it incumbent upon the certifying company to continue providing updates. So say there's a 0 day or what, things happen that could affect the security of your device. Is it incumbent upon the certifying company or the manufacturer to be updating the
manufacturer?
The manufacturer.
Yeah, so the concept would be is if you have, so that's why we come back to the concept of maturity, right? So presumably if a company is operating securely, they have processes. Processes would be that they're fully validating their product, they understand what the current operating state and if their product is being attacked in field live. So they would actually know that there's been reports of their devices being compromised. Presumably that would go into like an engineering report that would create like a feedback loop process. So they would automatically have to do the investigation, they would have to try to determine what the bug fixes are, etc. As soon as they attempt to do that, they have to basically go to the website that they host. So what the certifying company is saying that they're doing is they have all of those process schemes in place to actually provide that kind of level of service and information back to the consumer or user, whoever that user is. Yep.
Point, is there, would it be a good idea for some kind of certifying body to be one that has a more uniform process in place for allowing those checks, whether they're somebody trying to do it manually or I guess stealing Michael's thunder later on as part of some kind of onboarding process automatically, when a device boots up or connects in?
Yeah, so that could be either part of a standard or part of the certifying body if they have their own process when their auditor goes in to actually just do the confirmation on those things, right? So, but it comes back to the validation piece, right? Are they doing the right things to basically make sure the product is secure? I think is the key.
So I seem to remember there was somebody back there somewhere, but
Taylor.
You also had a turn. So you got to go last after him last. No? Oh, well then, see, we're ahead of time. All right, so you got a minute and a minute. That's right, from the moment you get the mic.
Okay, hi guys. Again, good stuff, and it looks forward to a longer term. What we're now looking for, so what do we start with? I just want to note that it only works if industry is going to use it.
Yep.
Secondly, it's most impactful at the moment consumers make a choice. So the dynamics is interesting and useful, but the most interesting thing is the first hit. Is this a responsible choice or not? And then I would still like to challenge you in your further deliberations to come up with, so how can a consumer easily see it's a responsible choice without having to do more research on the internet? If you can integrate that in going forward, I think that would be useful.
Yeah.
Hello? All right, so, and I think I agree, so that's why I was suggesting something just to contextualize both the two different elements, the first two and then the second, and we could say, to the point about like a specific security profile, it could be say, this product has been certified for home use, secure home use by blank.
Okay.
And I think the take-up question is really important because what we're identifying, and I like the idea of starting voluntary and moving mandatory if it needs to, what we're identifying is a framework that would allow industry to really take this on board, right? We're not telling them how to or who to certify from or what to certify against. That's their decision. The same way that the live update, I think the next step is to think about what would be maybe necessary components of their page to build in, again, the most flexibility for an industry player to, do they want to operate that page themselves? I don't know. Do they want the certifying company to operate that? I don't know. Or do they want some other third party? So I think the next steps is to flesh out and to really build this up and provide some of these, flesh out this framework, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. So just so you know, we put it together really as a discussion point for this meeting because it it was kind of discussed in different elements in previous meetings. So this was our first attempt to actually pull something together to actually have the discussion. So I think the feedback that we got is really, really positive, and it really, I think it says that we're on the right track, but there's more that we need to do. So I think that's good. So thank you for the feedback. I think so we'll go back to the drawing board and and add those things in the next revision. So please keep tracking as we're building this, because it really is a live document. We're working on it when we both can. And so from that, if there's any other aspects that we need to add or you want to us to consider, please post that on Slack, send that to us. We'll definitely add it in and put it in for consideration. Alrighty, thank you.
So before you go, this is the sense of the room time, right? And you've all heard about the hums, the weird, geeky thing that we sometimes do in some of these kinds of processes. Instead of putting up hands or anything like that, so you don't have to commit in front of your friends and colleagues, you hum when you agree with something. So I want to check a couple of things here, because I think that I understood what we heard in the room, but I want to make sure that we understood it correctly. So if you could go back to one slide again. Nope, you cannot. That's okay. You saw that label dealy thing that we had up there. That had the QR code and all the rest of it. This is really a framework for consumer information rather than a binary label, right? So the first question that I have for the room, hum if you agree that that framework is useful as a mandatory device on things sold in Canada. Hum if you think it is not useful. Okay, now, hum if you think it is useful as a voluntary device on things in Canada. I'm sorry, that was a question? Hum if you think that it's useful as a voluntary mechanism rather than a mandatory one. You can put it on if you want. Hum now. Okay, very quiet. Hum if you think it's not useful as a voluntary mechanism. Okay, that's interesting, right? People think that this is not useful to adopt if this is voluntary, but some people think it was not totally clear that people think it's the right idea as mandatory, but there was more than not for that. Finally, hum if you think that shouldn't do this and should use a binary mark, something like the kite mark. Hum if you do not think that we should use that binary mark and we should stick with this plan. Okay, so that gives us, I think, a picture that people want to pursue this, that the binary mark, there's some people who think that this is the wrong idea, but it's okay. There's a lot of non-committal people in this room also. And it sounds like people want to chase this as a mandatory framework for devices to be sold in Canada, which is interesting, right? Because that creates a number of interesting deployment paths that I think you want to think hard about. Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Yeah. All right. Now, next up, we have the
consumer education.
Consumer education. I was going to trip over it. And we don't have a break. We have a break after that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So who's coming up? Thank you.
No, we don't, unfortunately.
And remember, we want less time for presentation and more time for discussion.
Hi, everyone. Okay, yeah, you can hear me. Sorry if my voice is a bit different. I have a little cold, so excuse that. First, I would like to thank ISOC, and I would like to thank all the stakeholders that not only came today for the feedback, but also for all their feedback that they have given us electronically through the past few weeks. It was really useful to be able to work on this live document with you. To recap a little bit on what we have done, so if you recall, on September 5th, we had a meeting in Toronto. It was a useful meeting for us in order to gather from you points of views that will help us shape this final document. One of the things we decided on at that meeting is to look at the scope. So while the scope was quite wide, we looked at few things. For example, who are the agents? Who are we trying to target with this education and awareness group? Is it for all consumers? Is it for specific consumers? And we have decided at that meeting that we're going to limit the scope as a baseline to at least all consumers of IoT devices for now, with the idea that we are going to devise some specific educational tools and messages for certain consumers like youth and seniors in the future. But we just wanted to start with something, at least. The other thing that we limited the scope with was the device itself. So which devices are we talking about when we are looking at IoT devices? And the consensus was that we are going to be looking at home-based devices and business devices. So the scope was limited, at least in these two dimensions, which helped us to be able to move forward into the next phase, which is the framework. We also discussed a bit the framework that we put together last time. The last time, if you recall, the framework was very simplistic, which was just a preliminary framework that we're trying to get feedback on. And it looked at privacy, security, and functionality of the IoT device over a few timelines, which is before the purchase of the device and after the purchase of the device. Now, we received very good feedback from you, and we tried to implement all your comments into the next phase of the framework, which I'll be sharing with you. So, what we did is, instead of having a framework that was looking at only the supply side, the demand side, which is the consumer, we heard from you that it is important for shared responsibility. So that's why we came up with this kind of framework, which highlights the shared responsibility on the consumer as well as on the supplier. So on the consumer or the demand side and the supply side, and the supply side could be the manufacturer, could be the NGOs, could be any of those who supply, who manufacture the device. And the other thing that we heard and we took into account is looking at the life cycle of the device. So before the purchase of the device, after the purchase, or when there is an issue, and I'm just going to scroll through it. And then the last thing is at, and this is the added benefit from the feedback, was at the disposal or at the end of use of the device. One of the stakeholders also pointed to the fact that we can't, first of all, put all the responsibility on the consumer shoulders. But the other thing that was important that we took from this is the prioritizing. There was an issue with how we were prioritizing messages, if we have divided it into privacy, security, and functionality, as if we are putting privacy above security or security above privacy, and we wanted to stay away from that. It's not one above the other. It's all kind of, we noticed that it was all important, that we want to look at the privacy, the security, and aspect of the functionality and of the device. So I'll go through each of what we mean by that. If you look at how we organized it, for the before, I think we're looking at the before purchase, yes. So the before purchase, we have 6 key messages that were identified through our conversations from last time, the ones that we put together, and afterwards from your input that we got online. 6 messages for the before for the both sides. So whenever we looked at the consumer, what message do we have for the consumer? We also had to mirror it by looking at, okay, what do we have as a responsibility from the manufacturer side? The second one, we have here 5 key messages for the after purchase. So when you have an issue or when you have already purchased the device, we have 5 key messages. And then at the end, we have 3 messages for at the end of the life cycle of the device. What I would like to do now together is, well, you tell me if you're okay with this or not, that to open up to discussion. So I will go over each of the messages, okay, and get some feedback from you. Is that the way that you'd rather I do it, or do you prefer that I go over the whole thing and then we discuss? How can you hum for who would like to discuss before at each point? I like the humming technique. Thank you. Who would like to discuss it one by one? Okay. Who would like me to go over the whole messages and then we open for discussion? Okay, that is very clear humming. So we're going to go through them one by one, and I'm going to keep track and notes of your input on that.
Do you want me to run the queue, or?
Pardon?
Do you want me to run the queue while you write, or do you want to run it?
Yes, sure, that would be great.
I don't care, I mean.
So I will just go over, for example, the before purchase. We have for the consumer side, you'll see that we have the first one is make sure you understand what you are consenting to and how the device is collecting, using, and sharing your ideas. So that will be a message for the consumer. Parallel to that, from the supply side, we are saying improve accessibility and content of privacy policies. And there are, of course, examples to that. What do you think about this first message? Do you think it's clear? Does it highlight this importance that you understand and consent?
Is that a hand, or you're just thumbing up?
You agree, okay. So
does
if
anybody
anyone
not
doesn't
understand
agree
this?
or doesn't, yeah.
I mean, that's a critical thing, right? Does anybody not understand what these things say? Because I think you need that, right?
Yes, I need the feedback. I need if you have any objection or any wording changes that you would like me to add to that. That's why we're here for. And let's say you forget and you look at it later and you'd like to send me your feedback by email. You're not comfortable sharing it here, please do. Okay. So for the second message, consider the life cycle of the device and the support available. This is the message to the consumer. For example, to keep your device in use for as long as possible, you have to verify whether it is availability. Verify the ability and duration of the security upgrades. Look if there are patches. Look if these upgrades are free or at cost. These are the things that we want the consumer to be aware of at this stage. To know that this device is changing, the security is being upgraded. Do you have wording, objections? Is this clear as a message to the consumer?
So people like this? You all understand it, and you're like, yes. You know, pump your fist, something. Be alive. There we go. So I just want to point something out, though. This is critical for the discussion we just had, right? This is absolutely one of the things that needs to be tracked at that, because alternatively, I mean, you can see what the asymmetry is here, right? That the vendor could easily promise you 10 years of support and then end of life at 6 months later. And there's a very serious commercial incentive to do that, having worked in software, I can tell you. So this then becomes one of the critical things that you actually need the certification to go with this somehow in order to say, yes, this is the kind of thing that doesn't, you know, go belly up 6 months later. They've been around, right? You all know the stories about condo people, right? That condo makers, like, it's never a company that's ever existed before because they always go bankrupt at the end of the condo building. Despite the fact that it's the same builder for 30 years, it's always a numbered company. So that's the danger here, and I think that that's one of the critical things that you're pointing to.
Yes, specifically if you ask as a consumer, not only are there going to be patches and upgrades, but is it going to be free or do I still have to pay for it? Because sometimes the manufacturer might say, yes, we have it, but they don't specifically mention whether it's going to be paid or not, or if it's available for free. So for the if you look at now the other side, the supply side, we're saying use availability, duration of patches, updates, and support as a selling features, and publicize this. So if you're a manufacturer and you do offer these patches, you do offer this kind of support, and it is for free or not, but at least use it to sell your product. That gives you an advantage as a manufacturer over other products that don't offer that. Any objections to this one? If I don't see hand for objection, I'll just assume that you agree with the wording. Okay. So the third message is, check if there are any extra functionalities. For example, is the device collecting data that is not needed and could create unnecessary risk? For example, if you have a TV and your TV setting, the default setting is, you heard probably in the news, your TV is spying on you. It has cameras and it has the mics that are recording your conversations, that are recording your speech. And where is this data going? And is it secure or not? And if it's not, what ramifications are there? So it is important, if you are going to buy a device, to understand what are the default settings. Are these functionalities always on? And how to disable them. Yes, I see your hand.
Two, so you.
I think it's important. I would change the unnecessary risk into additional risk, because whether it's necessary or not is in the eye of the consumer that's going to use it.
Additional risk. Do you agree with that change? Okay, additional risk.
The only concern I have, and I don't have a suggestion to change it, is functionalities. I find that, just a personal thing, I find that a very techie word that I'm not sure how well it'll resonate with consumers. That's just, as I said,
instead of functionalities, functions, just to make it simpler?
As I said, functionality, I'm not sure. It's just a personal thing.
I personally prefer functions just because it's easier, simpler. Okay. So from the supply side, we have clearly indicate or disclose all functions of the device and how to minimize unnecessary, oh, it's repetitive, I don't like that, we'll have to change it, minimize unnecessary functions. So here we are telling the supplier or the manufacturer to indicate or disclose if they have these functions in device. So if you are selling TVs, if you are smart TVs, or if you are selling light bulb, you would want to indicate that this light bulb comes with a mic. You know, you're putting it in your office, there is a risk that it might be recording your conversation. Same thing for a TV at home. Do we agree? First with the use function, and second, how to minimize, do we change unnecessary here to additional as well? I'm going to take your suggestion, Martin. Functions, okay, additional. Minimize additional risk. Okay, here we go. How's that? Yeah. Any other comments for this one? Okay, so moving on. The fourth one is consider whether there are any limitations on the use of the device. And to elaborate here, are repairs only available from authorized service providers? Is it interoperable with only closed networks or platforms? Are there any restrictions on resale and ability to tinker or on the use of assistive technologies? The wording is a bit, we got it from our functionality team, so the wording is a little bit maybe more technical than we want to use for consumers.
Does everyone understand this? This is the B John Deere, right? You know this about John Deere, right? You buy a John Deere tractor today, you can't fix it, and that's what the deal is. That's what this is saying.
This seems to also be saying that it's within sort of a closed platform, like my Philips light bulbs aren't going to work with my other brand light bulbs kind of thing. So is that something that is intended to be expressed here?
What do you think? Like, should we keep it? Any other ideas on this comment?
So there is a security property that arises from interoperability, and so this is a legitimate question. I'm not, I don't have an opinion about it one way or the other. But the one question that you have to ask yourself is, if this thing works with other kinds of systems, what are the security properties of that? Because sometimes the answer is that all of the security properties are built into the proprietary interface, and if you get the generic interface, what you get is one that doesn't have any, doesn't have any passwords or anything like that. So that's one possibility. Another possibility is that you're buying into you're buying into an ecosystem, and if you don't, I hate that word ecosystem for this purpose, but that's what everybody calls it. You buy into that thing, and you only get devices that work with that, which means that you're constraining your security properties in the future, right? Because in the event that you buy this thing and the vendor's security properties, go in the toilet, you not an internet connected one, you lose the ability to choose, because you've got to throw away all of that other infrastructure that you've already built.
But the idea is, should we simplify maybe language? Just say, I see what you mean, like that platform is a little bit complex, maybe networks and platform. If we just say something like, is it interoperable with your other devices? Or is that too simplistic?
I like that actually way of saying it. I think that's nice and crisp.
Yeah, interoperable with other devices or other platforms, ecosystems, something like that.
And next to you, there's a hand.
Hi, Kim here. I also noticed that there are two issues under number 4. One is if it's interoperable, and the other one is the cost of repair. So I think those are two things.
It is two things here. So before you purchase, you want to know, if you purchase this device, is it interoperable with your other devices at home? That's one. The other thing is, can you fix it yourself? Not just yourself, but can you fix it anywhere? Or do you have to go to that particular manufacturer and then pay a cost to fix it?
So then perhaps, as you were mentioning, consider the interoperability of your device and the options for repair, or something to that effect.
Okay, so consider whether there are any limitations on the use and repair of the device. How is that?
I don't think limitations is a good word. I think just to consider if your device is interoperable with your other devices, and to consider the opportunities or for repairs or availability and cost for repairs, or something to that effect, just that they have to consider that.
Got it. I noted down.
Something like that.
We have to work on the wordsmithing later, and then I'll put it for a final call for reviews. How's that? But definitely I'll look into that and see how we can make it simpler and clearer.
And I think just one final point to that. I think what I heard you also say is it should be 2 points. A 4A and a 4B, if you wish, or renumber them, because they are two, in my opinion, two separate things.
Yes. See, I'm trying to make it less points, because I don't like the number 6 anyway. I'm trying to see if we can eliminate, at the end I was going to ask you if we could eliminate one, or I think number 5 to 3 would be a nicer number than more.
So I understand what assistive technologies is, but it's not clear what the implication is in this point.
Okay. Yes, there are 2 implications. You buy a device, is it interoperable with your other devices? The other thing is, can you fix it? It's true, it is to...
the assistive technologies, do you have to itemize that specifically in this bullet, or,
Which words are we?
The assistive technologies at the end, it seems to be kind of added in, but it's not.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, this was, okay. When sometimes technical people give you technical words. Okay, I'll work on that wording. Any other comments for
Hi. Before you get too much far in wordsmithing, there's just too many words. So I actually think you need to look for a way to indicate these ideas in pictures.
Yes.
And then the things that you're discussing become attributes and things that way. If it doesn't interoperate, you can't add assistive technologies. And I think that's the key to answer that previous comment, okay?
You
if
like
it
that
only,
wording?
If it only interoperates, well, I don't know how to word it, but if it only interoperates with other closed networks, then the group of people that can create assistive technologies is limited to the people who are in that closed network. So anyone who has a unique or distinguishing disability will be unable to interoperate with the device because they will be unable to do anything with it. Okay? And I think that's really critical. If you think about somebody who can't change their thermostat, right? Because whatever, their fingers are too big, the buttons are too small. That's a common problem with a lot of devices, right? And there are phones with big buttons, but it only works because the phone network is relatively open.
So is there other way to say assistive technologies that's simpler?
I don't have a suggestion. My suggestion is don't use words. Instead of trying to wordsmith things, and because you have a lot of words here, this is a really dense slide, okay? I just turned off when I saw it. It went, oh, there's too many words. Okay, I can listen to you, or I can read your slide. So you need 6 pictures, icons that represent these concepts, and then you might have a paragraph somewhere else, but you have to represent this differently. This is not going to work. Nobody's going to understand this easily as a table of dense words. Okay, and probably you're going to want to put this in French at some point too. Anyway, so wordsmithing it before you translate is also probably a waste of time.
I think that we were going to look at pictures and all of that, but if we are going to go into the delivery cycle of things, so this is a document for the content, to work on the content before we go into what form are we going to deliver the message to the consumer. So at least we wanted to get the wording for the stage before we get into that, but thank you for the feedback, we'll note that.
How about something like, to try to bring your, not number 6, consider whether, blah, 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 then you wordsmith it, right? I'm not going to think about it, but consider if your device is interoperable with your other platforms, the cost and availability of repair, and if it works without an internet connection. There, yeah, we got it, just 5. And
yes.
Bring the other one together.
Thank you.
Consider
I really like that suggestion.
Consider it.
Are you okay with that? At least we can merge these two together. So we're looking at the functionality in total, whether it works without internet, if it's interoperable, if it's fixable somewhere else, or at least without high cost. Okay, I like that. Thank you. Okay, I'll merge these two. Now, from the supply side, I'm not going to go into details because we'll have to work it, but it's almost the same idea. So we are going to say, clearly indicate or disclose any, we didn't say limitation, we said something else, any restrictions on the use of the device, whether it is not interoperable, whether it's has to be fixed by the manufacturer, and if there is a cost for that. Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to add something that I think that when you do it like that broadly, like consider if it's interoperable with your platforms, is like, you know, if it's interoperable for what I'm using, it doesn't need that I can buy it and maybe she doesn't buy it, but that's a broader thing to be considered, and I think I like that.
Yes. So with your, is it interoperable with your other devices? Okay. Or with your platform?
And
I just wonder how many consumers will understand with your platforms instead of, yeah.
Right, so I wonder the same thing, and I think if we're looking to edit, this section is the furthest removed from security considerations or privacy considerations. Like repair is not related to security or privacy. Interoperability, tangentially related, as Andrew suggested earlier. I think that if we're trying to simplify, this could be a section to chop.
I'll hear from the others to see if they agree with.
I can't agree. The way to make the device secure, the ways that we know right now to make the device secure, is to make it unopenable, unrepairable, and unexaminable. That's what the industry is going for. They're going to the point where you won't be, and if in a smartphone kind of point of view, you don't get to install the app you want. They will give you the Twitter app, And if you don't like that one, tough. No choices at all, because it affects their security evaluation of the device. Okay? So if you want it interoperable or repairable, then there is a security impact for that. It's significant. It's worth paying, but it's a significant process. So you can't really distinguish those things.
Hi, Rob Davidson from ICTC. One of the things that's not covered here, looking on the supply side, is that it's assumptive that the consumer's dealing directly here with the retailer or manufacturer. But what if it's a service provider, like in the question of authorized repair? There's a lot of these devices that'll probably be installed like a Geek Squad equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the requirement for them to comply and to disclose this sort of information?
Good point. But yeah, we'll look into that. Maybe adding that into the beginning there when we say supply side, to add service providers as well and look into that. Yes. I was afraid you're going to add another point. I'm trying to make it 5 and you're going to miss. Okay, number 6, the last one. Is there any other comments before I go? Yes, no? Okay. So the last one is ensure that your smart device comes from a reputable manufacturer. This is here where we are going to be working with our colleagues from the labeling working group. Ensure that your smart device comes from a reputable manufacturer and contains adequate certification and labeling. And I'm looking at your table to see if that wording fits with what with your expectations.
So to the earlier point of the gentleman in the front there about the lockdown of platforms and devices being more secure, I think that this might be where that fits rather than a bunch of difficult to understand language for a consumer that's in number 4. So the reputable manufacturer and the lock-in to a platform, maybe that can be smithed into here.
Another one there and then over here.
I take a problem with the reputable manufacturer, so startups aren't included.
Reputable manufacturers?
I'd suggest we just say, ensure that your smart device comes or contains adequate certification and labeling.
Excuse me, could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Oh, sorry. I'd suggest that if you're going to include reputable manufacturer, you're excluding all startups. And I'd suggest taking that phrasing right out and just say, ensure that your smart device contains adequate certification and labeling.
Okay. But do they exist? That's the thing. Do we have that kind of certification labeling yet? I mean, it might take years before we have it. So do we add that phrase or not?
I mean, the underlying assumption here is that the sort of label will be mandatory, because if you make it a condition before one buys that the label exists, then it must be mandatory on the manufacturer to display, certify, and display the label.
And we don't want that. We are not looking at mandatory still.
It doesn't follow either, right? I mean, what this is a way of manipulating the market. If you don't get the certification, then nobody will buy your product. Is the idea here?
Yes, but I mean, there should be an incentive for the manufacturer to certify.
It would be, yes.
Yes.
How about I would like, if you don't mind, can we look first at the supply side? This makes it easier if we look first the message from the supply perspective, and then we're going to work backward for this one. So you're saying to the supplier, use certification, adherence to laws, standards, and non-binding best practices as selling features. So there is no binding, but it is a selling feature. So you're selling a device. If you say, well, we have their certificate, or it has a label on it that it is secure, it respects privacy, yada yada, then we have something that you can sell. What do you think from that perspective?
Okay, one thing that in Europe is always important, what's the impact on small and medium enterprises? And you don't want to force the consumer in the hands of the big players only. So next to a reputable manufacturer, there may be other trust providers, such as a shop that sells things with a guarantee, or things like that. So a reputable retailer may be good too, and they can do part of the trustworthiness check, just like Apple is doing for its apps. This may be there too. And it's important because small and medium enterprises are crucial in this area.
So then maybe instead of making it a necessary condition, we can just say check for labels, cut down everything till proper labeling certification indicates that devices have been tested and meet certain industry standards and therefore carry less risk. So that way we're not necessarily saying it needs to be this, because we would expect even SMEs to carry some degree of certification. So I would just say check labels and then down to indicating why it's important to check labels.
Should we even keep this message at all?
Yes.
So on that note, though, what I did hear was some suggestion that 4 and 5, which we'd already merged, could go.
Yes.
Do people want to get rid of those or not? All right. So who wants to keep the limitations on use stuff? Well, it's basically 4 and 5 together, right? Because what we already determined was that those are, we decided that those are going to merge together.
Yes, exactly. Yes. That we kind of agreed on, I believe.
Well, so there were people who thought that that's not a security problem, that it might be a decision you want to make when you're buying the thing. Do you want to, have a thing that doesn't work with any of your other stuff? There were other people, Michael, for instance, was arguing that in fact the doesn't work with any of your other stuff is a positive security property because that's how the industry locks things down. And then there's the opposite thread to this, which I think is attributable originally to Vint Cerf, which is that nobody's going to be willing to manage their devices through 300 different apps on their phone. And so you need to have one thing, and that means you've got to have some kind of basic interoperation. So those are the sort of 3 stances on this. One is that this is just irrelevant to security. The second one is that you don't need to say this for security because actually the only way you're going to get a secure thing is to have it locked down. And the third one is Vint's position, which is that you need to have some interoperation or else you won't get security at all for practical purposes, even though you might get something that is nominally secure. So I guess the question that we have is, which do we think it is here? Is it A, B, or C? So can we get you to use a mic because the live stream?
To add to those areas, in my perspective, what we're doing here is awareness and education, right? So we're not only, from my perspective, it's not only discussing security at this point. What it is contributing to awareness and education of using these devices. So in that case, I believe that it's not harmful to put it in, because especially if we bring together 4 and 5, I might not be thinking at the time if it will work without an internet connection, or I might not be thinking about that. So in the framework of being awareness and education, I think it should say, if we're just saying we're just doing security, then no. But that's why I think that it's important that it is there, because it's bringing people, that is why it's consider. So that's why I think it should say.
Okay, so now we've got, before we get to the 3 that I laid out, we have the, who wants this topic to be bigger than security? Hum now. Who wants this to be only security? Hum now. Okay, bigger than security seems to be a stronger feeling in the room, although there definitely are some opinions the other direction. we're not voting, right? It's just sense of the room. So in that case, then the argument for either removing this or not is actually not on the table, because we don't have to worry about it, because one way or the other, it's definitely a consideration about buying a device, right? Consider whether this car uses fuel that you can ever buy, right? Some people don't buy diesels because they can't find diesel fuel. Some people don't buy diesels because they were defrauded by Volkswagen. So that would be me. Not better at all. So then it seems like 4 and 5 are going to be merged, and,
Yes.
and we're going to.
Yes, I'll work
we're
on
gonna
it
stay
and
with
I'll
them.
share
All
it
right.
with you again. Now 6, and I heard that you wanted to be, can you please hum if you wanted to stay? Okay, so it's staying. So let's see the best way to do it. Taylor suggested we just say check for labels and standards.
So I think that that's a really interesting thing that we're saying, but I want to point out that it runs directly into the face of what we just agreed to, like not half an hour ago. Because the thing we agreed to half an hour ago was not a binary label, right? It was a guide to how to maintain this thing. And now what we're saying, if we just say check for labels, any label would do, right? This is the CSA certification on your fire extinguisher, and you didn't check for A, B, and C, and you use like water fire extinguisher on your fat fire, and everything goes wrong. So that's an example of how those kind of labels can really hurt. If we're going to say just check for labels, then we're running against that's the consumer education that I think we just heard half an hour ago we do not want to have, right? Yeah.
But what I thought we discussed previously was to recognize the fact that there will be multiple labels in the marketplace.
Right.
There will be no prohibition on there being more than one label, such that, which is why I was comfortable with the plural of labels. So I saw this more as an understanding of what the labels mean.
Okay, so we have here, and then I think 2 over there.
Important from a consumer awareness point of view that even if label doesn't exist from day one, that the consumer is expecting to see a label at some point in time. And given that other market jurisdictions are already introducing labels, so with all probability, consumer will see products with labels on them. So from awareness point of view, it's important to raise this point in front of the consumer. Regarding the manufacturer, if it's reputable or not, I agree with the SME that it's important to include SMEs in the picture. At the same time, have an incentive for even SME to go through the burden, maybe in a subsidized fashion, and to get their product and service certified.
Okay, I saw 2 in the middle table and then here, so. Oh, you're going to go there first because, yeah, I see.
Is subscribe for notifications related to this one?
I didn't understand what you said.
Oh, so if you're saying that we aren't supposed to just say, oh, there's a label, I'm good, I'm done forever, are we training them to get some kind of notification about their device?
I see what you mean. So there's this additional consideration here, not just, check the labels, but also like know what they mean and do things with them.
With the label, sorry. Now, with the labels, is this something that the awareness and education team has to do or the labeling team has to do? Because if it's something that you consider the labels and certifications, like then the consumer will go check the labels and make their decision. So perhaps you don't need to put in ensure that, blah, blah, blah. Just to say, check and consider your device, your smart device, certification and labels, and would it be up to the labeling team then to, according to what type of label it is now, maybe some of them will not allow for the opportunity to receive, to sign up for updates or what have you, and some others might. So maybe it should be in the labeling. I don't know.
So I think we have people over here who have feelings about it, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I think we kind of commented on this, that we need to coordinate, right? So the first thing that we have to do is get our label requirements kind of nailed down. Once we do that, then we can draft what is the recommendations that we then need to send that goes into that document. So it's just a coordination effort just between, I think, the two different groups. But yes, that has to happen.
I think one could expect that a label will provide you with a certain amount of information and comfort that the device has been tested, that is secure. But there will be more information needed, particularly what kind of actions a consumer should do once he buys the product, what kind of data will be shared and with whom and so on. This will not be presented on the label. This will be additional information that has to come from somewhere else. And that's where the work on the awareness side is beneficial. That we can, sorry? Sorry. I'm saying that it's, the label will not be able to describe all information necessary, particularly from a point of view from after sale. What kind of information should a consumer be aware of? How, for example, what type of data will be collected and shared, changing his password, and other actions that he should be taking on. This will not be presented on the label. So the work on the awareness side is very important. It's complementary to what the label is doing. So I agree with Fouad. It's a joint effort, and we rely a lot on this information be available to the consumer beyond the label.
I'm just conscious of time, so if we can get a consensus on how we are going to move forward on this one, are we going to say, for example, ensure to check for labels and standards, know what they mean, and how they get updated? Is that reasonable?
That sounds to me like a project all in itself, if you want to teach consumers to do that. I would like to suggest that this actually needs work based on the results of the coordination that you've already committed to doing.
Yes.
So is that a fair thing to do, to say, people who are editing these two documents go away and sort out precisely how those things are and come back to everybody with a proposal? Is that reasonable?
Reasonable for me.
Okay. So that's what I propose.
Okay.
See, the multi-stakeholder approach wins again. You kick the can a little further down the road. It's just great.
Okay, so thank you again for your feedback on this part. So for the second part, at use and at issues. Once you have this device, what do you do? So on the consumer side, we're saying follow best practices for network setup and configuration. And as an example, this will help mitigate risk when using IoT devices. For example, change your online password regularly, use stronger passwords, and set up double authentication on personal devices. We have found some guides from the UK already that we can use as material, supporting material, and there is also a one-pager that we have a link to from the UK. So this is for the consumer side. If you have a suggestion for the wording, follow best practices for network setup and configuration. Do we add the word security? Follow best practices for network security, comma, setup and configuration?
I am dubious that consumers understand the distinction there.
Yeah.
So Michael here, I got to say number 3, I think is like, make sure you walk around your car 3 times before you go in it because it will run better. Sorry, that's just silly. If your network is insecure, it's insecure whether you turned your computer on or off again. And if a good ISP will always give you the same IP address just because you did that. And furthermore, you're basically screwing up most of your security profile by doing that. So I would say that number 3 is a serious, do not just strike that out. That does not belong at all.
Okay.
The modem part, turn off the node part, right?
I'll definitely take your comment into consideration, but first can we do number 1, 2, just to go In sequence
Well, there are countries where ISPs are obligated to give you new address every night, regardless, okay? And there are countries where ISPs
Michael,
are obligated to not do that.
We're asking to do these in order. And
Oh,
you're
okay.
jumping ahead. So your point is taken.
If you have any points for number 1, we'll take number 3
I'm
when
sorry,
we get to it.
there was no answer. Nobody had their hand up, and so I wasn't clear where we were at.
Okay,
going.
we're working on 1 right now.
Okay, sorry.
No problem, but I'll come back to you for number 3. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, I think there is one fundamental point that we have to work in at some point, and that's the notion that security isn't binary. This is secure, I got it, I'm good. Actually, security is an ongoing process, it's a system. So I think there, with labeling everything, consumers will think, oh good, it had a mark on it, and I walk out of the store and I'm good for the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow, we've talked about that, but I think it has to be a message up front for consumers so they understand that.
How about number 2? We put it there as a separate message, which is be aware that the security of your device is constantly being updated. Ensure that the device is able to receive updates.
Yes, but I would put it more generally.
How?
That just to say, and maybe it isn't in 2, but I don't know where to put it, is just to say that your device can be secure today and not secure tomorrow. That's why it's important that you follow a normal process of updating, of which updating is but one of them.
Okay. Okay, so it's the same message, just the wording, the same second message, but the wording of it. So the device can be changing constantly. The only thing, if you look at one thing, if you can just keep up with the messages, we struggle a bit because we wanted to make all the message start with an action word. And we had something similar to this, like your device cannot be, your device can be secure today, not secure tomorrow, or of that sense. And we changed it so we have an action word at the beginning. So we word it as be aware that your device can be secure today, but it might not be tomorrow, and then finish with that sentence, with the rest of it. Is that reasonable? Okay, perfect.
So, Ruba, I actually think we can put 2 and 3 together by saying that be aware that the security of your network is constantly changing, both over time and depending on the devices.
I like that.
And we qualify that by saying what changes are updates to the devices, adding new devices, and any one of these, either of these options can make a new weak link.
Anytime you can combine 2 is better.
Yes.
The human mind can only take four comments at a time.
Ruba, in number 1, you mentioned double authentication. Do you mean 2-factor authentication?
Could you please repeat the question? Do I need...
You mentioned double authentication.
Yes.
Do you mean 2-factor authentication? You may want to change the wording.
Okay, 2-factor indication?
2-factor. It
Okay,
means
2-factor.
something slightly different.
Okay.
The second one, constantly being updated. I work for the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, and we're advocating that anyone that isn't doing proper patch management at an enterprise level automatically patches. Constant refers to the manual process of doing it. Automatic means it's done for you. So if you can't do it in a properly managed way, you just automatically do
Could
it.
you lead me where you are reading which word?
Number 2,
Number
you
2?
mentioned constantly being updated.
Okay, just one second.
We've been advocating more recently automatic updating unless you can do enterprise grade patch management.
Okay, I see the difference between the 2 devices. Okay, thank you.
There was one more there.
Sorry, can I just ask one follow-up question? Do consumers understand the 2-factor authentication? Is it a common language for consumer 2-factor? Oh, okay, perfect. 2-factor. I'm really one of those consumers who need this. Okay. So two-factor authentication is probably a password plus like a question. Yeah. Yeah. Is anyone able to explain it better than me?
So,
apparently many people here are able to explain it better.
We're going to run out of time here, and so rather than, this actually seems like a serious problem that we don't actually have a common understanding in the room of what exactly this means, which I think means that this needs to go back to the discussion, not in the room, right? Because we're far away on definitional problems there. So that's actually something that needs some work. And I would recommend that be done on the list.
Okay, so I'm going to go now to, so for number 3, you were saying that this, okay, ensure that each device in your home is secure, that it doesn't matter, you cannot turn off your router every night, otherwise you'll have problem with your devices. I think it's a bit cumbersome, honestly. I wouldn't turn off my router every night. I don't know how many of you do.
Yeah, I think that the detail here is important, but I have to agree with Michael that it's not a good idea. But but I think that this is sort of micro text work, right? So what we want here, what I understood we decided was that we were merging 2 and 3, right? To say you want to be aware, want to make sure that it's automatically updated and that all of the various parts of your network are secure.
That's clearer. Yeah.
On this point, it's just crucial to understand that your device may be part of a bigger whole. In a house, I can see where you want to secure your TV separately as well, although I don't think it's necessary. In a car, for instance, there's many IoT devices that you don't want to be responsible for controlling all
Cars
each
are
one of
definitely
them.
out of scope here.
Yeah.
We ruled them out of scope at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but the concept is that you think also in terms of ecosystems, whole systems together rather than individual devices. And if you can reflect that, that would be useful.
I will do that. And please, I urge you to look at the document once I send it, because it's really important to get your feedback, especially words like you were just providing today. It's very useful to us. So number 4 and 5, because the last one is the easier part, so we'll go quickly through 4 and 5. Be considerate, conscious of the implications or impacts on guests or others who are in the vicinity of your device. This is to the consumer and to the supplier. Remind consumers about the effects of their IoT devices on their guests. First of all, I just want to ask quickly, is it something you want to keep or eliminate? And then if you want to keep it, how we reward it? Do you want to keep it? Hum, please, if you want to keep it. Okay.
So if you don't understand it, then we can't hum. The point here is that, for instance, if you have an Alexa device in your house and a visitor comes over, their voice is being recorded too. Everything they say is being recorded. And the fact that you have deployed throughout your house listening devices is something that, in theory, you might want to tell people who are coming into your house. So that's the idea here, that this is one of the things you need to think about. So I see a hand and I hear a noise. So
it's part of like good practice, IoT etiquette, let's say.
Yes, I think because this is all new territory, new applications are coming in our homes and our daily life. I think it's important to raise awareness that we are not only the people in the household are affected, but anybody in the vicinity will be affected. So I think it's important to raise this kind of awareness.
Okay.
2 more over there.
I just think that just the concept is good, but just the wording has to be a little bit tweaked. Be considerate. I mean, the implications or impacts, perhaps I would change it. I can't think of a word right now, but to advise or you know, something, just to tweak the wording.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Be aware to advise your guests. that there are IoT devices in the vicinity.
Yeah, something like be considerate of the privacy implications, because that's really what it is.
Okay.
And I would also point out that that's true of all phones everywhere at all times, that they're listening, not necessarily recording, but I mean, it's a brave new world, so.
That's why I think it's good that it's included in awareness and education, so we start bringing that awareness.
Okay, so keep it, we'll tweak it. Number 5, okay. Know where to seek redress or address technical problems or when your device has been hacked. Manufacturers, this is the explanation, manufacturers might offer a technical help service to consumers when they are having problems, but familiarize yourself with other sources. So it could be the manufacturers who provide this. If you have a problem, they will provide you a number. But you have to also, as a consumer, because we are looking at this shared responsibility framework that we're creating between consumer and suppliers, is to look at, for example, you have a problem with your privacy, with your IoT device, you go to the privacy commissioner. You have a problem with your security, you can go to the cybersecurity site for information and advice. You have copyright issues, then you can go to the Office of Consumer Affairs. If you have some problems with the functionality, interoperability, the contract that you have signed, something is vague, you're not understanding how your security and privacy are being handled, then you can go to the responsible provincial authority. And all of these links will lead to web pages where the consumer can find information. I'll finish first with the supply side, and then we can have comments on it. For the supply side, we're saying provide transparent and accessible instructions on seeking redress, and clearly indicate where to access this service and whether any costs are incurred when using this service. So, for example, we have a Government of Canada cyber crime hotline that we can now add to manufacturers, to the flyers and the pamphlets of the devices. First of all, is it clear? Is the concept clear of what we're trying to do here? Okay. Should we keep it? That's the second thing.
At some point, there was a discussion of a 1-800 number or something, like, so that people don't have to go through on the supply side to provide a 1-800 number?
Yes. And mostly for the security, but if it is a breach of privacy, the problem is with an IT, it depends who you seek for redress, it depends on the impact of the problem. If it's a security problem, you go to the cybersecurity webpage. If it is a privacy breach, you will have to go to the privacy commissioner. If it's something that to deal with money, you will have to go to the fraud and financial services. So it depends on the impact of the breach.
And I'll add, if there's a health or safety concern, you can add Health Canada's Consumer Product Safety Group to that.
Exactly. Okay, I'd like to add that. Yes, thank you.
There's one here too.
Thank you. Just from a practical point of view, I think the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity is certainly a very important point to go to, but we need just to assess its readiness, because it's a phased readiness on their side. So before this information becomes public, we make sure that they are available and up and running and be able to receive such complaints.
Okay.
Okay, we got about 3 minutes left.
In 3 minutes, I'll cover the last 3.
All right.
Okay. End of life cycle, and why I say 3 minutes, because really this is, I think, the easiest part of this exercise. In a nutshell, before you move or you are going to dispose of your device, you just make sure that you remove all your data from your device before disposing of it. And there are ways, there is a website to teach you how to do that. For a consumer, the second one is, don't forget to revert back to factory default if you want to dispose of the device. And the last one is, if you want throw the device, you can have sources available to you where you can dispose of your IoT device that is environmentally friendly, let's say. Same thing for the, very similar on the supply side, the same messages indicate to the consumer that they have to, before getting rid of their device, that they have to set it to default factory mode, that they have to remove their data, and some links to where they can dispose of their devices. Any comments on these three? Yes. Or if you have any additional comments that you think before you get rid of the device, what you should do?
I think it can be a little more complicated than that because of the back-end services that go with the devices. I hear all these stories about Nest owners still getting reports from their old thermostat when they sell their house. And they can even, in some cases, control the thermostat. So maybe they didn't do the thermostat side of it well, but it's not just the devices, it's the accounts that go with them.
Oh, okay. That's important. So I'm going to add something about the accounts.
If you don't want this list to get longer, you could actually merge 1 and 2 into you could merge 1 and 2 into a single thing, because it's getting rid of the device and resetting to factory default, and then you can create a new number 2, which is about getting rid of the accounts.
Yeah.
Because I know you don't want the list.
No, I don't want it.
This is just a general question. Are we attacking the problem of consumers not actually caring about any of this stuff? The fact that they'll get this list and they'll kind of say, yeah, whatever. And I mean, we care and we'll probably go through this list and act on them, but will the general consumer read this list? If they read this list, will they understand it? And if they understand it, do they even care? Like the consumer awareness part, there's a consumer engagement part, like making them understand why it's important. I don't know if that means examples, like scare tactics, or, yeah, just a...
So I understand your question, but I guess what I guess I would ask in response is, what would you do about that?
So I think we talked about this in 2 meetings ago, right? Is that there are so many messages out there, we just need to boil them down to the most simple, the most applicable, the most portable. The next step is thinking about actual implementation guidance. For instance, how would this translate to specific target audiences? What is the best way to communicate them? And then the third part would be to actually develop some kind of educational campaign. Now, that's beyond the scope of the first year. I know that there were specific organizations who were more interested in that element, and that would take place outside of this one. But ultimately, I think the idea is having a very key core set of messages that can be applied to others. And once we have this agreed, as far as I understand, we can start thinking about all the broader implications and implementation considerations.
Yeah, at the beginning, it said that the key messages are behaviors, recommendations, blah, blah, and then delivery mechanisms, educational awareness campaign to be developed outside of this initiative. So what I would see is that, yes, this is there, nobody's reading it for starters, but then there's going to be an awareness campaign, so then people will start perhaps paying attention. But there's a campaign, what I understand, later.
But more and more I see also consumers being interested in these, give me the key messages if I want to buy a house, give me the key messages if I want to buy this device, this type of, and this doesn't exist, so that was the whole exercise, to bring it all in one framework that is digestible by the consumers.
All right. Do we have more? No? Look at that.
Well, I want to thank
1 minute
everyone. Sorry, before I give it back to you, thank you so much for your feedback. I really appreciate that. And thank you for having us here also to discuss it.
Thank you. So we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, right? 15, 1-5. So, please come back and all the rest of that, but we'll stop making you think about Internet of Things for 15 minutes. 2-minute warning, right? Because we broke 2 minutes late. 2-minute warning, folks. Okay, get better. Oh, yeah, we've done that before. That's good. Feel better.
Actually, it's reverse order, so Jordan's
So Jordan first?
Jordan's first.
Okay. Okay, we're going to come back. You can take your seats. Trying to stay out of the way of this camera over here, which apparently was providing a lovely view of my bald spot over the last little while. So now we're going to start with Jordan to talk a little bit about network resilience, and then Michael's going to show a little bit about some of the work that they've done. Then we can have another discussion about these topics. So this is about network resilience. And once again, we're going to try to keep the presentation part shorter so that we can have more time to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm going to cover a little bit of previous ground just because we have a few different faces in the audience. Okay. Let me try this again. Connected devices are now both the fastest growing segment of devices on the internet as well as the largest segment of them. They're produced by a wide range of manufacturers who have a wide range of security practices. And there's now growing, if not wide, concern that this is a security issue for us. A lot of this was brought into focus in 2016 when a student who was just dealing with some financial and academic problems ended up building software botnet software that was responsible for attacks that set new records for denial of service attack sizes, which I think highlighted to a lot of people how vulnerable these IoT devices were. So the IoT devices are attackable from the internet, and they can also attack lots of different targets on the internet. And it's the thesis of the network resiliency group that in order to prevent large-scale internet attacks, one of the things we should be doing is trying to secure these IoT devices. And that the network can have a role in that. So there's two ways that we identified to try to deal with the problem of insecure IoT devices. One is to try to encourage good practices in software development that take security into account and that build security in throughout the whole life cycle of the device. And certainly some manufacturers are going to be doing that, but probably not everyone. And the other option, the thing that we identified as a gap and what we have been working on is trying to use the network in order to try to help prevent IoT devices from being compromised, as well as limit what damage they can do afterwards. Okay, so the core of this is the home gateway, and we will have a talk afterwards about some of the prototyping work we've been doing at the home gateway. It's the first, it's the connection, everything else is in the home is connected to the internet through that home gateway. And so the home gateway itself has the most internet exposure It's a fairly complicated device with a lot of different services and interfaces running on it. And so if you want to, it itself is sort of the first point of vulnerability. And so the two things we're concerned about, one is that device being compromised, and also that device being used, even if it's working correctly, being used as part of attacks that use it as to amplify traffic, to make an attack size larger. So if we're going to be securing home IoT, the first thing we need to be doing is locking that door to the home. As we mentioned earlier, what we want to, in order to do that, we have to encourage the people who are building these, whether they're ISPs or independent vendors, to adopt good practices for their software lifecycle. But we aren't, I mean, there's lots of practices out there. The group itself isn't identifying particular ones. Okay. So now we've arrived at the Internet of Things devices that are within the home. And our first concern with them is that they might become compromised via the internet. One sort of the simplest way that happens is certain devices, in the past at least, and well, continue to try to open ports to the internet that allow anybody to reach into that device and connect to it. So it might be a camera that wants to allow anybody to get the video feed. And there's standard protocols within the home that allow a device to open a port. So universal plug and play is the most common one. So we're worried about, after they've done that, any attacker coming in and compromising a device. So one simple recommendation around that would be to require user permission before a device can actually open a port. So if you've identified something's an IoT device, somehow you should be giving permission for it to do that. Just like on your you have firewall software on your home PC. This is not a default smart thing to do, so we need to limit that as a default. And one of the things we identified as part of, as a challenge to that was that generally the keys within the home, there's a single Wi-Fi password within the home, and that makes it hard to know exactly which device is which. And so in order to sort of improve general home security, we've done some prototyping work around handing out unique keys to each device. Okay. So there's another way that these devices are vulnerable, and that's through within the home network. And so there are attacks where a device that's connected to the internet, generally a device connected to the internet like a browser, may be able to turn around and start probing other devices in the home and attack them. So it could be app-based attacks or browser-based or some compromised IoT device. And so you'll get a discussion on this, but basically there's some standards being developed that create policies for devices that allow the gateway to impose what should or shouldn't be able to connect to them. And so there's prototyping work that folks are doing to try to implement that and limit the scope of connectivity even within the home. Okay. Internet of Things devices are also generally part of larger systems. They connect to something that's out there on the internet, which is generally some cloud service. And so that cloud service is potentially something that could become compromised. And that's a large-scale attack that would allow somebody to have influence over a large number of devices. There is another architecture where we could have those backends, instead of being on the public internet, and instead of your IoT devices also being accessible over the public internet, we could try to set up private access where none of that traffic is going over publicly routable internet. None of it is exposed to, or where it's exposed to a much smaller range of potential attackers. So that's something that we haven't prototyped yet, but we have some interest in doing demonstrations on. So in terms of outputs, we did agree 9 months ago or so to produce a white paper. We're not very far along on that at the moment. Our white paper would be a document trying to state what the challenges are, as well as the kinds of solutions we've looked at or have identified for improving Internet of Things security in the home via a network or a home gateway. Depending on, so that's an item that we hope to work on in the coming months and could probably use some help on. And we're also interested in views on what kind of upstream organizations would benefit from that. So certainly, if we want to deploy it at ISPs, being able to influence broadband forum standards or cable lab standards would be something that would have a lot of value. And there may be other groups that would be certifying these devices that might be targets for that. We have 2 demonstrators in progress. So one that so far has been able to demonstrate an onboarding mechanism that helps a user to give different passwords to each device, and that is targeted at being able to do access controls. So that's one I'm working on together with some students at Algonquin. And we would see work derived from that as potentially influencing Wi-Fi Alliance standards if we could find a way in. And then you'll get a talk momentarily about work that CIRA and its collaborators are doing on building their vision of a secure home gateway. And it'll go into depth on the permissions framework, and that's also code that they're looking to open. And these are both sort of in active development, and if you're interested in being part of design meetings or contributing code, talk to us. And then there's feature work that we'd like to look at. There's some mechanisms people have proposed for allowing the home gateway to be part of mitigating attacks. So often it's challenging to trace an attack through the gateway into the home. And you don't want to block the whole home because there might be, there's users inside there. And so it can be challenging to do something about an attack in progress. But so there's work that would leverage the home gateway in order to mitigate an attack without blocking paying customers, internet access. And also we're looking to move forward private IoT deployment, which is something that we'd be looking at doing with an ISP together with a cloud provider to show that kind of more secure model.
Okay, yeah. That's good, thank you. So I want to make sure that people understand just exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, so the discussion that we were having in the last couple of pieces, the first one was about the labeling, and that was how you protect yourself, right? When you're making a decision about the device, how do you protect yourself? And then the awareness had something to do with how consumers can make these decisions properly and the environment that they need in order to make those decisions properly. This discussion is about protecting the rest of the internet from all of those people. So the problem here is not to protect the individual or the individual consumer, but instead to make sure that we, all of us, do not individually make decisions that ruin the internet. And just so that you understand, if you looked at that Mirai diagram there, whatever it was, a few things back, I was at the other end of that attack. So I worked for those people who received that attack. It was not a fun day. Twitter went offline. That's what happened. So we're not talking a theoretical problem here. This is blow up the internet problem, and that's the reason that this is critical. But the important point that I think we were making, and if you go forward a couple more things, 2 more, I think, and you have your little diagram of the house. When you look at this environment, what you need to understand is that the incentives are all wrong here, right? Nobody has the incentive to do this correctly, because if bad things happen because of your devices, mostly you don't suffer. So this is a classic example of the kind of thing where we normally have government intervention in markets, because this is a collective action problem. And the problem is that this collective action problem has to happen across the entire internet, which means that Mr. Nasty over there on the left is probably not in the country where you are. So you don't have jurisdiction. And that's the reason that we need a tech fix, despite the fact that this is really a policy problem. We need a tech fix because you can't defend this with a policy answer, because those people are never in the place where you can reach them. I mean, if they're doing it on purpose, they're going to pick the jurisdiction where they're not going to get prosecuted, right? That's literally part of that's part of being Mr. Nasty, is knowing where you're not going to get prosecuted. So that's the reason that this is really important. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone's clear on that, because I worried that was drifting. So are there any questions about this? If not, we'll ask Michael to come up and show off his project too.
Just to be able to understand, so this group is writing a report that will feed into?
There is a report that is intended, like a white paper, that is intended to convince people to do the right things, to understand what the consequences are. But the other thing is that they're actually writing defenses.
Okay, that's
so they're writing code that's going to be deployed on the network. And one of the things that people need to understand is that that deployment on the network affects what you can do with the network. So one of the ways that you defend against these things is, in fact, you make certain things not possible anymore. So the piece that Jordan was talking about there, the universal plug and play, the reason that that's there, okay, just so that people have this background, the reason we have universal plug and play is because years ago we had this problem before. And so everybody was told to turn on their firewall. And then they promptly went out and bought some stuff that they wanted to work on their home network. And it didn't work on their home network because the firewall was explicitly there to prevent it from working. And so we invented a mechanism by which the thing that you just bought could tell your firewall, I want to talk to the rest of the internet. Which, of course, means that other things that shouldn't be talking to the rest of the internet can also, we call it punching a hole in the firewall, can put a hole through the firewall in order that the rest of the internet can talk to it. And the problem now is that the rest of the internet can't tell the difference between your thing, which you actually want, your baby monitor that, with a little camera on it that you want to look at your baby with, or maybe your puppies because you're sentimental about dogs or whatever it is. You want that to work. And the video camera that has been taken over by the Mr. Nasty who is over there on the left, who can send like 1 trillion attacks against things. And these are indistinguishable actions on the internet. The problem is actually that the thing that is the bad behavior is also the thing that enables the behavior that we find desirable. It's literally the same thing, right? Because a perfectly benign action on the part of a device, if it's repeated 100 million times, is very, very bad for the network.
So the follow-up question is, are the findings or whatever of the white paper, are they going to be included in the awareness and education campaign? Because I think that,
That's an interesting question. I think it depends on how quickly we can write a white paper, who the real audience is in the end for that. I just have a terrible light in my face. I can't see you at all otherwise. And I think that the better answer is that the contents of the white paper are maybe the deep depth for the awareness. I don't think you have to have the white paper to get the awareness, because the high level concepts are there.
Yeah, and I would agree, because the point of the messages is to be the basics that consumers need to know. This is tools for network managers to use, which means we want it to actually reach the network managers.
Right.
So it has to be at the level of depth, it has to be at the sources, and that's what their job is.
Just to finish, so we don't carry on with this, but as we were looking at all the messages of the Internet of Things, if we consider some messages as critical around this, doesn't have to be all the details, but to bring awareness that the fact that you're setting up this in a certain way, you know, as we discussed in another time, is going to impede then somebody hacking into, and now you know your grandmother's bank account is going to be, you know, whatever. So I think that it's very interesting because people, just to avoid what you were mentioning, that people only think about this and it's not happening, the awareness I think is critical, that people understand that how they're in this world, what their action will impact. And we know on the home gateway, secure Wi-Fi onboarding, even, you know, on the labeling, it's important that you read the label because this will affect, I think that is important, couple of messages to bring it together.
So I think we'd love to be at the point where we knew what those messages were. We've kind of been scrambling to put together, you know, a suite of approaches that would do a reasonable job and would not require very much of the user. And so I guess when that's more complete and when it's being adopted upstream, then there's a chance to try to say, okay, and here's, you know, here's how we can educate a consumer about it, here's how we can engage them with it. But you'll see in the next demo as well as, well, I mean, you'll see that there's sort of a certain app component of this where we're hoping that users will help us out a tiny bit as they do setup to help identify which devices are Internet of Things devices, and then, you know, if they have particular preferences, allow them to express it without it being too challenging. I'm going to let Michael go.
Yeah, I'm just going to add that I think that in many cases there's a tussle in enterprises specifically, and you see this in Ottawa a lot, between the needs of users and the needs of the enterprise. And so you actually see end users doing things that actually compromise their enterprise's security in order to get their job done. And this is ridiculous. So in some cases, you know, some of my advice would be to have less security in our enterprise so that users don't work around it, right? It's a dumb thing to say, but, you know, anyway. But at the home, the thing is that there isn't an enterprise that's controlling it, and that's really what the fundamental problem is. The Mirai bot actually, people call it an IoT bot, but that 90% of the traffic was coming from compromised routers, which we never thought of as IoT devices until very recently, and 10% were coming from 3 brands of camera, the same core of them. So the important thing to point out is that it wasn't thermostats that was attacking dying, it was home routers. And they have an abysmal, totally abysmal security profile out there. And this is fundamental to part of the problem that we're trying to deal with. So Jacques normally would have talked to be this. He's the CTO of Sierra and Sierra Labs. And I work with him on this project. And you want to know more, there's more slides. In fact, I had a lot more slides, and I abbreviated them, so they're still up there. So as the previous thing, the primary goal is that we're trying to basically keep the IoT devices isolated from the internet except what they need, and keep the internet isolated from the IoT devices except perhaps what it needs. And that's fundamental to the problem. Generally speaking, you wouldn't want to do this to your desktop PC, because the point of your PC is it runs a whole different set of applications, and if you try to characterize what it runs and doesn't run, well, you just get problems. But IoT devices typically do one thing, and they do one thing only. And if we can keep them doing that one thing and notice when they do something different, then we can prevent these kinds of attacks. So that means that if your thermostat is a Nest thermostat and it's supposed to talk to Google only, if it suddenly starts talking to Dyn or Sierra, then there's something wrong. And it might be that they're not doing a lot and your home network connection is not that fast, but multiply it by hundreds of thousands of devices and that becomes the issue. And so what our goal is to say, for the specific kinds of devices, not your phone, not your PC, but specific devices, we can lock them down, we can improve the situation. So the idea is that we identify them, first of all. What are they? How do we find them? That's a problem. Then we put a policy around them. What is the policy? Well, if you don't set a policy, it should be you don't get access, which means that the device doesn't work, which means that you better do something or it will before it works. That may cause people to return devices because they appear to not work, and maybe that's a good thing initially. And then monitor for changes in the device and do something about that. Right now you can buy products from 5 or 6 different companies that essentially what they do is they look at the device as a new device, they build up a database of what they observe it doing, and then if it varies from that profile, then they get worried. And then of course these vendors have profiles that they've built up, they've crowdsourced it, they do a bunch of things, and that's a great thing. It's not very community spirited, but you know, that's what theirs. But we think the device could tell us what it needs to do, and that's what we've done. So the basic thing is we have our SHG Secure Home Gateway. It has a kind of firewall in it, and it notices when a new device arrives. It lets an app know that's running on your phone. I have a new device, what would you like to do? And in this case, what we think we can do is we can have a QR code attached to the device, which will somewhere in it have a link to a policy that the manufacturer set up. So we have this thing called MUD, I think that's been presented before, manufacturer usage description, okay, and it's basically a digital description of this is what we expect the device to do on the internet. We add that, it's essentially a set of firewall rules. It'll have an RFC soon as the specification of firewall rules makes it to RFC because it references it. And we can put that in a QR code, we can get it by LLDP if you're an enterprise, by DHCP, by a protocol I wrote called Brewski that does IoT enrollment, and you get this URL somehow and you stuff it in. But a QR code works really well and has the advantage that it doesn't require any firmware updates in the device. It can be applied after the fact by a sticker, or I don't know, maybe Canada Customs could insist that all devices have one on them, right? That would be an interesting policy, wouldn't it? And it would come in and we do something with it. So what does it look like? It's Tinder for IoT devices, right? It comes up, says, hi, I have a new thermostat, and if you like thermostats, you swipe right, and if you don't like that thermostat, you swipe left, and if it turns out that it's a PC that's just been hooked up to your network, a new phone, well then you probably swipe up, which means it's not an IoT device, just give it full access, okay? So that would be up to the end user. And part of what we're trying to do is making sure that you can do this, and that whoever owns the home and the router can do this from wherever it is they are, such that new devices show up in their home, they might not be home, they could authorize them, they could do some other things. I have a demo, very quickly. Let's see, does that work? Did that come up? Yeah. I guess, how do I push play? I have to see where the line is. So we do have audio. Can you hear it? That's not real malware, that's just pictures of malware. So this is a router, open source router. It's from the Prague TLD, nic.cz. It boots open source. It's very nice to work with. Unfortunately, a little bit more expensive than I would like, but very, very nice device. So it's just booting up, and it does some really pretty LEDs. So our MUD policy was that this toaster could talk to Sears website, but only that website. And the other one still, if you reload, he hits reload and it stops because it just gets nothing. And I'm gonna stop that. Did it stop? Yes. No, it did not stop. There we go. So just to give an example of something I saw over the weekend, there's, if you've been on YouTube, you may have seen 1 billion ads for this vacuum sealer, which I thought was annoying and kind of went, finally, okay, I'll go look. It's got $1.4 million pledged of 80,000 asked. And it turns out it has all of Alexa built in. So in terms of, speakers that you didn't know were on, that's kind of crazy. And I just don't imagine people are going to think that their vacuum sealer is an IoT device that they're going to do. And I was just kind of flabbergasted at given the amount of money they raised, it ought to be able to do good security, and I really don't know if it's going to happen. I'm kind of really scared about this one. Let's see. So what are our next steps? So we built a prototype. There was some hacking and compromise involved, and we have to sort that out. We would like to have better conversations with the guys in Czech. We haven't been able to engage them despite several attempts. And it's a bit expensive. $450 for a home router is a bit high. Turns out that some of the other ones that have similar Wi-Fi capabilities, if you look out there, are actually not that much cheaper. So that was a surprise to me because I'm used to paying less than $100 for a home router, and most ISPs are. So that's one of the things. If we really want to be successful and have something there, we need something that's lower cost. And if we want to go and to have some ISPs, some big ISPs in Canada, say we want this facility, it's going to have to be a lower cost, and that's an issue. We have conversations with NLNet Labs. Basically, every top-level domain in the world probably has a labs attached to it that spends a little bit of the money that collects on domain registrations on things. So NLNet Labs, which is known as SIDN, has a very interesting system that does behavioral analysis. It's called SPIN. We're looking to integrate with that. We're also looking to integrate with an Italian project called NTOP, which has a NDLP. And there may be too many things trying to poke at your traffic at the same time, and so there's some concern that we have that won't there. We're looking at doing some more work at the IETF. As I said, the MUD specification is sitting in an editor queue waiting for a reference to catch up to it. People have asked for, well, can I have time of day restrictions? Okay. Can I have bandwidth restrictions? That's the really very interesting one is, for instance, it may be quite reasonable for a device to talk to any place on the internet for some reason, but it should only talk at a few packets per second. As soon as it does megabytes per second, you know something's wrong. And so that may be an interesting behavioral thing that people have asked for. One of the things that we need is we need to have an extension that says the following firewall rule shall be enabled even when the device is known to be bad. Why? Because you have to get the new firmware so that the device is no longer bad. And so that may require that the device be on the internet to get new firmware, but you didn't want the device on the internet. So we need to identify how do you get firmware updates. And I think for a lot of manufacturers, this is going to be a real lights on. Whoa, wait a minute, I have to think about where the firmware is going to come from, the updates are going to come from, while I'm still building the device. Wow, talk about encouraging them to think about lifestyle management. And then we have this problem of how do we get the devices securely on the network in the first place. And so Jordan spoke a little bit about per-device Wi-Fi passwords. And that's a start, but it still requires the device have something you can type the password into. So For a lot of things like washing machines and other stuff like this and light bulbs, this is not a possibility. And unfortunately, a fair bit of what's happening in the Wi-Fi Alliance on a protocol called DPP is really cool and wonderful, but is undeployable on current smartphones. And since Apple has HomeNet Kit, which is a competing protocol, and Google has Nest, which is and Thread, which is a competing protocol, it's not clear that either of those vendors are going to be interested in supporting a third standard, at least not quickly. So that's a real challenge, right? Because it's a marketplace, and just because we think something's cool doesn't mean it happens. What do we need help with? Well, we need MUD profiles. If we don't have MUD profiles of devices, this doesn't work. So we need manufacturers to either willingly describe what their devices do, including whatever secret sauce they might think they have, and to write it down in a way that is understandable. We don't have to have the manufacturers do it. We could have the public do it. The technical public could do this. Well, that's great. So we'd like to create a curated, crowdsourced repository of these. So that would mean if you realize you have a device that's a little bit like another device, well, you could make a copy and add things. It has to be curated because we can't just let anyone put anything in there. And it has to somehow, it has to run. So I have a picture here of something called Stack Exchange or Stack Overflow. You can see the arrows there with the up-down part where people might have comments and you can vote them up, vote them down. That might be a really interesting way to do it. Someone has to build such a thing. And it still needs some curation. And the creators, that's a full-time job. They're going to have, it's not a volunteer effort to curate. It's maybe you can go up an arrow, down arrow, click now and then if you, as a part-time, courtesy for the public. But the people doing the creating are going to have to do that. All of these distributed denial of service attacks, who's responsible for them? So Jordan just asked that question. They're not in your jurisdiction, and Andrew said the same thing. But if we can figure out if it's the ISPs that are responsible for them, or the home router manufacturers, or the IoT devices, if we can give some liability to some of them, then they're going to step up and realize they're going to have to invest something to avoid that liability. At this point, I think it's open. There's nobody thinks anybody's responsible for it, and I'm sure that's not true. So if you can figure that out, then we can figure out maybe who would fund the MUD profile creation, and that may be very important. And that's really all I have. Questions? And I think we have a discussion. Andrew, you're going to...
Yeah, so we've got another 20 minutes here on the clock if we want to discuss any of these things. Do people have questions about this? Do you understand? Do people think that this is like a worthwhile project? Or do you are just mystified why this is here or what? So we've got a mic, and I've got two things, so you'll get the mic second.
Fuad is my plant in the audience because he was involved in this project.
Sorry, full disclosure, I work at CIRA, though not at all related to the labs bit, so I think it's worthwhile, yes. But I've also heard rumblings of, and you alluded to Apple's HomeKit and whatever Android does, but of competing type of projects to this. What does the landscape look like and adoption look like on these kinds of projects so far?
So Apple doesn't have a home router anymore. They used to sell one.
Airports,
There's people that will pay a lot of money in eBay for them because they were really, really good.
Yes, I just have an old one. I
Okay,
love it.
so given that Apple doesn't have a home router anymore, it's clear that they can't, their HomeKit system can't feed into a firewall system on a home router that they control. Google doesn't have a home router, really, okay? They kind of have some relationships, but they don't have that either, so they're not going to be building a system that does that either. The HomeKit and Google Nest Thread space is mostly about how does the device get on the network, given that it doesn't have an interface. So a light bulb doesn't have a keyboard, you can't type the Wi-Fi key in. You need another way to do this. So the alternative is the Wi-Fi Alliance has DPP. There's a bunch of other specs out there that are used in enterprises more, but they require a lot more effort. Very diverse set of things, and of course, we have lots of networks, coffee shops, right, where the network is open, but then you have this portal you go through, and that's a model that you could do in your home, and I have done for years in my home, but it doesn't work for light bulbs, okay? So that's all, how do I get on the network? Once you're on the network, this project is about what can you do. Ideally, the process of getting on the network would also inform the home gateway what is allowed. And just to be clear, the manufacturer has a digital signature on what's allowed, so it's not like the device just makes up anything they like, right? It's pretty well locked down if you do it right. So that's that space, but I don't know how to convince Google and Apple to come and play nicely. They don't want to play with each other, let alone with a third party. So I don't know how that's going to happen.
And sorry, just to follow up, I've also heard that Cloudflare, for example, is working on sort of a virtual version of this, a virtualized version of this.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of that, but understand that that means that your home gateway, effectively all of the controls in your home gateway have now moved to a data center somewhere else that they control. So that's great. It's good. The software in your home gateway now could be upgraded easily. It also means all of your traffic to anywheres in the world, including your next door neighbor, will be going to a data center probably in a different country, and you don't really have any idea what will happen to it. So from a privacy point of view, it's pretty concerning. But from a, does my network work in Ottawa when there's a tornado in Seattle point of view,
right,
our network resilience goes down the toilet, right? We already have questions like what happened last month with the tornado. Why did our mobile phones basically not work for the whole city? Well, that's already a big deal, a question, right? And that involved no data centers in other sides of the planet. So that's what would be my concern is, well, I don't want to do that, thanks. I prefer to have my data kind of stay closer to me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That helps paint a better picture of the landscape.
So we've got Cloud was first and then behind you.
Full disclosure, we were also part of this project. Michael, do you want to talk about what we did about eliminating things like passwords and that kind of complexity with users? I think that's important to kind of elaborate on.
So we decided that so we have an API between the mobile device and the gateway, and we decided we had no interest in having a password, not even a non-default password, having no password. So what that means is that the mobile device has an identity, digital identity, and we do an enrollment, well, we would like to do an enrollment process, that comes back to the conversation we just had, where, so the mobile phone has a secure connection that includes an identity. Technical terminology, we're using TLS client certificates to identify what's going on. It is a bit interesting problem of how do I enroll my mobile device with a new home gateway that I just brought home, and I might have no internet at all, or I might have some on my mobile device but not on the gateway. So then it becomes an interesting reverse enrollment problem, and it's solvable. I have a spec on it, it hasn't been implemented yet, but it does compete with DPP, and it would be a fourth way of doing it.
There's an expression in computer science, right, that the nice thing about standards is that there's so many to choose from. So at the far table was first, I think, actually.
I thought it was you can always solve every problem with a layer of indirection.
Also true that.
So you've got a proof of concept that works in the modern system, the way we connect to the internet. So either the AS owners in Canada decide to mandate this on their customers, the government steps in to mandate it on their customers, or nothing changes. The pathway to standardization is probably more than 2.5 years. 2.5 years from now, we're staring at a networking future where wired is probably a thing of the past.
I don't agree, but go ahead.
Did you guys do any work, or are you thinking of doing any work in a wireless realm where you're not dealing with traditional internet connectivity, you're dealing with something that looks a little different?
I don't care what the uplink is. If you have a 5G gateway in your home,
it gives you the performance that you like and doesn't irradiate your plants too much, then this still works. I mean, presumably you're still doing internet protocol, so this all works. The only real situation where I guess it could be very different is if you imagine that 5G is somehow reaching into light bulbs, which I don't think is going to happen, and I don't see the industry going that way. As for the length of time for standardization, well, so the MUD specification is essentially, at this point, it is a standard. It doesn't have an RFC number that is disclosed, but it does have one. So that part is done, right? That part is standardized and is going. We need some other pieces, it's true, and they could take longer or shorter to be standardized. But to come to your first question, right? Who's going to deploy this? Who's going to mandate it? I think that question depends upon the last point. Who's liable for attacks? So if it turns out that someone decides that the ISPs are liable for attacks, particularly when the ISP has provided the CPE device to the end user, then I think that someone might actually start paying attention and be willing to do something more. Is $400 a reasonable price for a home router? Well, apparently it may be if you have, if you have fiber to the home and you have Wi-Fi, AC, and what is the next one after that? I don't remember, which is 150 meg per second plus. Suddenly you can't use, $37 devices anymore, and maybe that is where it's going to. Maybe that's going. I'm not convinced. I think it can be done cheaper, but I think that's the space. I think that cautious users are going to say, I want to own my own, as they're fitting their house out in some IoT nirvana. I think they're going to decide that they need to have a home gateway that deals with all their IoT devices, and they're going to buy that. There isn't one for sale that really interoperates across different spaces. But in this 2.5 years you spoke about, I think we will get to that point. And to the comment of someone who said they don't expect to replace their Nest thermostat, I think you're going to replace it 3 times in the next 10 years because it's not compatible at this point with anything. So after a couple of years of people replacing things, they'll start looking at all the nice labels we were discussing this morning.
Excellent. So thanks, and it's been a big. It's really nice to see this piece evolve as like the longer term option while we have the network resilience white paper identifying like what can we do to like save our skins right now. I guess my question is the interplay with the labeling group, because we identified that the QR code can be one and the same with a MUD profile.
Yeah, so I would like to have a spec on what goes in that QR code. There are a number of variety of different specs. There is a spec from the DPP, which is the Device Provisioning Protocol of the Wi-Fi Alliance. They have a spec that deals with the QR code and its onboarding, and I believe we can fit a MUD URL into that. I think that will work fine. One of the authors of that document said, well, how do I add things to it? Because you have no amending formula. And he said, oh, I think we've given the amending formula to the IETF, which I thought was an interesting thing because I don't think the IETF knows that. So anyway, so something can happen that way. There's other things we should put in the QR code. In particular, if any of you have ever tried to deal with putting alternate firmware on devices, you've probably learned very quickly that the model on the packaging is not always the model in the box. And if you think about that from a security liability point of view, it means that nobody actually knows what firmware goes on that device. No one knows whether it's up to date because it doesn't match. The packaging doesn't match the thing inside. And that's really frustrating. So even if that QR code just had a really good, reliable model number, which was actually in a database at, I don't know, Public Safety Canada, right? So you actually could find out about it. That would be, I would say, like that would be a number, a 10 out of 10 is for progress, right? No software, no firmware, we haven't fixed any 0 days, but at least everyone knows what devices they own.
Yeah, and I think that's important what the labeling group is doing as far as fleshing out what we're thinking of what needs to be in that QR code. and even basic information like that, I think that can already get us, raise the baseline a little bit more. That's really important, a good overlap. And a good thing FOUD knows what's going on both. So thank you guys.
So while the mic is moving, I just want to point out that one of the things we were trying to get out of these discussions was what needs to be done before the end of January in order to complete this. I think there is somebody behind them.
I would love to see some government agency step up and decide that curation of MUD files is going to be in their 2019 budget. That would be really interesting, as a project. And I think it fits into what I think governments can and should do.
Yeah, Andrew, you were asking if participants thought that this is a piece that should be further discussed or whatever, and I feel that this is a piece like sort of for the long term, looking at the perhaps the governments or ISPs, it's sort of like the different broader piece, not like the other two that are related directly kind of to the devices in a way. So this is sort of like, I see it as a different type of piece, complementary of course, but it's sort of like another audience and another realm. So like sort of like yes, but it's a different thing.
It's clearly a different audience. I mean, the audience for this is people who are operating networks.
So I just wanted to say, like, the first 3 slides that we saw at the beginning with the home gateway, like before the previous presentation, that could be part of the IP, is sort of like the awareness and education piece to bring that awareness. But going in depth and this analysis is clearly a different analysis, which is valid, but it's like a different thing.
I mean, I don't anticipate that this is, the audience for this stuff is certainly not my mother. Right, but there is, I mean, so keep in mind that at the moment, this is very much a very light touch on this market of we have an interesting model here in Canada because competing ISPs have access to the physical plant. Right, this isn't true in every other country. It's really kind of cool that you can choose your ISP and you can choose what technology brings the bits into the home, and those are different decisions because you can force Rogers or Shaw or whoever to carry a different ISP's signal, which is a thing that you can't do in, for instance, the United States. So there is some regulation in this market, but it is not a. This is still a very light touch in that market, and mandating along the lines that Michael was kind of suggesting without actually saying it, mandating things in this market would be a significant regulatory change that I suspect there would be some people who would have something to say about.
So I'm not suggesting it be mandated. I'm just suggesting that the liability for the decisions made be clearly articulated, okay, and if someone screws up and deploys really crappy, $20 home routers that get owned, then maybe there should be a consequence, a financial consequence for being that cheap, right?
So this is an interesting, I mean, this is not the direction that I thought the geeky presentation would go, but the natural consequence of what you just suggested is that if you buy your own home device and you don't maintain it properly, then you personally are liable for that.
Maybe.
In the way that if you do substandard electrical work and you burn down your neighbor's house with it, your home insurance is on the hook unless you didn't get an electrician, in which case you are personally liable. And that would
in Ontario, but not Quebec. You're not allowed to do it at all in Quebec.
No, you're not allowed to do it in Ontario either. But if people do that kind of thing, they get in big trouble. And so the critical point here, though, is that this would be a fairly significant shift in the way that we treat vulnerabilities from networking, right? And so I was at a discussion about this topic at NIST, a year or two ago, and there was this very doom and gloom.
What is NIST?
Sorry, the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, right? They were having this discussion, and somebody got up and said, the regulations around this are going to change, and the question is who dies when before it happens. So, right, we are hooking up. I mean, the examples we've had, like the examples here, right? It's a light bulb and a TV, and those are sort of cute. But like, what if it's your heating system, and the heating fails because of Internet of Things problems, and you die in frozen temperatures, which is not at all implausible scenario in Canada. Looking at the snow, so that's actually a legitimate question. That at some point there is a question of the liability here, but it may not be for commercial damages, but rather for life damages.
Or home security systems.
Yeah.
Don't go off, intruders in, intruder dies, I don't know.
Right. So I don't know. For those of you who are, who work at that end of the policy space, there are implications for these deployment scenarios that I think are worth thinking about. I thought I saw one more hand, though. I don't want to talk. Oh.
Actually, I have a question rather than a comment. Also a CIRA employee, so just in transparency. But I think what Andrew was trying to say is, what in a reasonable world would be the next steps for this? I mean, if we have to wrap up our phase by end of February, obviously this is not going to be in commercial, actually commercial deployment. But I mean, are there ideas, like for example, securing somebody to curate the MUD files? Like, I like that as an idea. I think we should be looking in terms of practical next steps that can further this project, because I'm a big supporter of that. I think, but many of us, I really don't understand this. I only understand it at a conceptual level. So it's really going to fall more to you, I think, than maybe many of us out here.
So I think that aside from building another step with some additional kind of features, we have some technical debt that we're going to sort out, and part of the result of doing that was that we expect that much of our code will be able to go, as it's called, upstream. So OpenWRT would be trivial. People could install a package. D-Link, whatever, Buffalo, if they wanted to do it, would be 2 commands away from having it as part of their distribution. That would be very good, but that doesn't make it secure, because now we have unsupported, unowned open source out there that no one's taking care of, right?
All right, so here's a question. Let's say that if a short-term objective might be a pilot project, okay?
Yeah.
Then what would have to be in place before you could get to that point?
So Jacques and I had this conversation on Monday, was it Tuesday? Yes, last week. And I said, look, is the idea that we're going to find 50 routers and send them home with 50 CIRA employees and see how it works? All right? Is that a pilot? Can we have 50 willing TELUS customers that to run this? I don't know. Okay, that wasn't what he had in mind at this point, but it seems like it might be 2 steps away from that. Okay, it's not there yet, and I don't think that CIRA Labs wants to exactly be in the producing thousands of routers for every Canadian, although it would be an interesting transition, but. They're all supposed to come with a domain name, right? That's part of the point. So it is a good question. What do we do with this technology, and how do we get it out there? How do we make the people involved? And that's really why I put what's not on the screen, the last sentence. Who's liable if this doesn't happen? Because once we know that, then we can have a conversation with them about what would you like to to reduce your liability. Maybe we're in the wrong place. Maybe we shouldn't be talking to ISPs. Maybe we should be talking to home insurance companies.
I think Jordan has an opinion though.
Yeah. So I did try to stage these a little bit in terms of implementability. So first in terms of how big the threat is, and then thankfully they're also sort of related. So if you're just trying to say we should be looking to improve the software on our home gateways and that whole system around that, that's something where there's lots of good practices available, and that's a potentially something where if you're saying what devices should be labeled, these are the first devices that should probably come with some sort of certification or labeling, right? So that's a potential target for the group as a whole, saying let's get that first step, that first IoT device, in as good shape as possible. And then when you look at sort of the main compromise that we've seen for IoT devices in the home, it's been through really dumb stuff, like having that, because that device opened a port somewhere and had had a default password for how to get in, right? So the Mirai botnet was not sophisticated in terms of how it compromised devices. It was just scanning for things with default passwords. And there are ports, that allowed you to log in from the internet. And so there's some very simple stuff that, this is sort of an example of something fairly simple that isn't a huge challenge to implement that would cover a certain amount of the space. And so as we go further, there's a number of different threats. The most serious ones are ones that take the least effort in some way to address. And so I think there is a bit of a roadmap for outputs, or at least an ordering of outputs. So in terms of upstreaming, there are, I don't know if these are the best upstream, organizations, but if we could try to standardize some of this in the places that the people who are building these look for standards, then that's certainly one output. I think we've been pretty heads down throughout a lot of the year trying to figure out what it is that we're doing and trying to do it and get that hands-on experience or that hands-on product. But I think when we, as we come up for air at the end of the year and try to say, okay, what's an output? I think there might be a few routes that would actually, and then they'll take an equal amount of effort to get into somebody's standards process. Like that's absolutely not a trivial thing, but certainly there's if one wants to put effort in, there's lots of organizations that build these things. So I think there are pathways, and if you have better suggestions for what those pathways might be, I think we're definitely interested in it, and we're interested in help with upstreaming.
All right.
And I just wanted to add that a lot of the call for MUD when it was developed was not the home network at all. It was, in fact, enterprise IT managers anxious about the devices that they were being asked to plug into their networks. And so it was actually coming from large enterprise operators to their vendors, in this case Cisco. Well, what firewall rules should I do? And this is what came out from it was MUD. So we could do nothing at all with it, and it's still going to be out there at an enterprise level. And in particular, the hospitals big U.S. hospitals are paranoid because they have these thousands and thousands of heart rate monitors and all these other ventilators that have Wi-Fi, and half the time they can't even find them, apparently. They lose them. But that's the kind of thing. They want each one of those devices to come with a MUD file that describes what this device is really allowed to do. And then it's not about whether it can access the internet or not. It's about whether or not the blood monitor can talk to the ventilator. Okay? And is that an allowed process? And the answer is usually no, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff you see in the MUD definition that has almost no applicability in the home, but is really there for enterprises doing particular things. And so that's an interesting thing because that's going to just basically dominate the higher-end IoT market, and a lot of that will trickle down as the devices become cheaper, or they become taken home because you're outpatient, I guess.
So we're at the bottom of the hour. In fact, we're past it. I want to thank Jordan and Michael for this. It's very helpful. And we should also, of course, thank the folks at CIRA for all of the work that they did on that code, because that's a wonderful thing. And I guess Jordan said Waterloo? Algonquin, right, sorry. I knew it was wrong. It was just some place I've been. It doesn't really help. None of you have access to that. So you know, thank them as well for the code contributions. It's always really nice to see. All right, the remaining part of the agenda, we had sort of discussion of stuff that people thought has not been discussed yet that we need to discuss in order to hit our goals at the end of the year. So this is a kind of any other business thing before you get up. And I want to make sure that you know, everything has been ventilated. Oh, I'm going to walk in front of the thing again, and then people will look at the back of my head. Are there topics that people, you know, think that we haven't covered today that we need to? Are there things that we're doing that are distracting us or taking us away from the goals that we have? Any of those kinds of things to make sure that we've got those on the table before we proceed. Literally nothing. We're perfect. That's incredible.
Well, I think at some point we have to talk about the coherence of the three streams. I don't know when that is, but I was the one who hummed saying that I thought consumer awareness should only be about security, because what I heard from the labeling group is they're not looking at functionality, they're just looking at security. So I think there has to be coherence between those two groups. I noted that the UK standard, the kiting, does have functionality, others don't, and there's going to be a lot of confusion in the labeling world if some are functionality, some are security. What are our messages? Are they around functionality and security, or just security? So we have to have that discussion.
So is that a topic that people want to discuss now? We have time. That light is unpleasant.
Well, perhaps the kind folks at ISOC could talk a little bit about the final report and how that's going, because I think there's a lot of common narratives through all of them. I mean, there's clearly this is a wicked problem that requires many solutions: functionality, privacy, security, all of them. So maybe, I guess, just and maybe the expectations of the different working groups, what ISOC needs from the different working groups before that work can be done. That would be, I think, useful to discuss.
I was going to ask a similar question in the context of the labeling. A lot of the consumer education messages are great, and they're asking manufacturers to do certain things so that consumers can see what's really going on. Should those roll into the certification program? That would be functionality in many cases.
So we're circling this problem that I think you brought up just a moment ago, which is the coherence of these things. Because if the education stuff is saying these are the things that we expect the manufacturers to have done, then presumably the label needs to tell you, yep, people did this thing. And so that seems like an input to the labeling, like it seems like a requirement on not the labeling as such, but rather on the process that the label refers to, right? So that actually feels like a piece that we're not specifying in this. We're specifying the label, we're specifying the education, and then there are processes behind that are effectively expressed in these various standards that the label is going to refer to. And so it does seem then that one of the things that's necessary here is to have a taxonomy of all of the stuff that's now, that we sort of agreed to today in that in that consumer awareness piece, that we're asking of manufacturers to make sure that there is at least one standard specified out there that verifies this, right? Does that seem correct? I don't know if you're wanting to talk or you're just agreeing with me. Oh, okay. So if that's the case, then that seems like another piece of work that has to be done before we get to the end of this process, right? And I don't know who has that, but maybe Tom knows. Nope, Tom's looking.
Do not know.
Do not know. Okay.
I guess they're not mutually exclusive because what's outlined in the consumer can be communicated by manufacturers and indeed by many actors in many ways. Now that always begs the question, are any manufacturers or any of those other stakeholders interested in communicating any of those messages? I don't think we have all of them here. I think there's a lot of, I mentioned this in the Toronto meeting, everyone really has to be active in leveraging their networks and making sure we have all of these folks. I guess that's part of it too, is the year one report outlining what, this taxonomy of all the expectations that we have of all of the different stakeholders, and then asking those stakeholders, or do we need to bring them to the table here first and figure that out? Because that could be a massive obstacle, actually getting those folks and having active. I know I've had difficulty engaging all of these different groups, but that's just because it's me.
So our view at the Internet Society is that there is some requirement to get a minimum number of manufacturers on board with this. That if we don't get any of those manufacturers, and we said in our plan for 2019, at least 5 manufacturers representing 10% of their market segment, which was frankly a number pulled out of thin air. But it was a number because it wasn't completely out of thin air. There's some evidence to suggest that 10% of a technical market is actually a market mover. Below that, you're completely ineffective, but somewhere around 10%, you can have some changes to the market. You can see that. So the feeling was that would be. It was a guess that maybe that would work, but the idea is that we need actually to sign some people up to ship things with some sort of secure profile. We picked the OTA framework because that's something that we have, but it's not. The real goal is to make a change to the commercial environment, not to promote one standard over another. So that's actually our main target. But I'm nervous about that, right? If you can get one, you can probably get 5, but the problem is that first one's a doozy, because there's like no incentive to be the first mover. You impose higher costs on you, and all of your competitors have a cheaper product in the marketplace, and nobody knows why they should pay extra for you. That's a real problem. Okay, good.
So
excellent.
this is so I'm a security practitioner and an engineer, so that bothers me to no end, because here's what reality shows us. If that organization was secure and they designed it secure from day one, the overall cost to the product to the end consumer is cheaper.
Absolutely true.
Right? We know that. And so that's what we need to instill in the industry, which we don't right now. And if we get to that stake, and if you see those products that are actually being produced right now, because there are companies who are, even younger companies, I find, because they can pivot easier, are doing that. And so because of that, at the end of the day, they're trying to get into markets they couldn't compete against bigger guys, but now they're getting into those markets because they can show the end user, especially in the industrial sector, that they meet those requirements. Yeah. And so we've seen that already from products we've been evaluating, and they're going to be bigger companies real quick because of that position.
I think that's right, and so that actually points to something that's important for this project, and it goes back to something that Michael was talking about a few minutes ago. The industrial sector has some of these interests because liability is pretty clear, right? In an industrial environment, if you deploy one of these things and your processes depend on it, you know, you shut your line down. I know one chip fab, for instance, that lost, I think what the guy told me was $100 million an hour of downtime on the machine. Well, you change your behavior really fast if that's what the problem is. So, you know, that's the sort of thing. Or similarly, you can have external liability, like in the case of the hospitals, right? You know, one bad day at a hospital in the United States is a very big legal bill. And so there are like really big incentives in that environment to do that. I guess the question is, can we bring those similar kinds of incentives to bear on the consumer market in order to persuade, you know, people of those kinds of things? Because I completely agree with you that the better security designs are actually considerably cheaper for, you know, long-term operation and management and so on. But, you know, in a manufacturing environment where, you know, it sort of goes back to the condo builder, right? That you've got one of these manufacturers that like stands the thing up, ships something for 6 months and is gone, and they've, you know, pumped, you know, $5 chips out into the market, and who knows what the quality of them is. Those are, you know, there's a lot of those, and we know that they have, you know, nasty security properties, and it's hard to argue against those kinds of things when those are the devices that you can pick up for, you know, a nickel. And so that's the sort of place where I'm quite nervous. It seems to me that this is a market that could easily not pay attention to those longer term things because they don't intend to be around long.
So I think there is an impetus for change for this in Canada. It's happening. I can't get into a lot of details, but the utility market, they do have services in a lot of provinces where they're offering IoT solutions, primarily in HVAC and other kind of solutions that they're looking to put into homes. So one of the big problems is they're recommending these. In some of the provinces, the utility is actually putting stickers on boxes saying they recommend this, or they give them credits and all kinds of stuff against that. But they've woken up to the fact is the liability, coming back to Michael's point. So they've started programs where they're now looking at doing like these more thorough assessments to the companies that they're recommending and doing the product testing and all that kind of stuff. And so because of that, I think we are going to see that. I think that is touching both because it's the utility market, not necessarily for the utility, but they know that if those devices get weaponized and then are used against them in smart home projects, that they're basically on the hang for it. Right. So I think that is one area that you're going to see that. I think there's also, if you look at the, what do you call it, the Smart Cities project or competition, there was a whole bunch of projects in there too where you see similar things where they're putting these entire smart communities together. Well, just imagine if you just target a community. I mean, they don't need a fire or anything else or snowstorm. They just need to just weaponize the devices in those homes, and you've got how many people that are potentially displaced because of that. Right. And so I think those kind of things are going to drive that because they have to start asking the questions of what is being, like, what are those devices, what is the privacy around those devices, and what is the potential for it to be weaponized.
So that's interesting. I guess then what that says is that we actually don't have there a thing that we have to do before the end of January because it sounds like people are doing it on their own, right? I mean, if somebody's going to do something anyway, then you don't have to worry about it happening. That's the nice thing. And you know, we've seen that many times on the internet, right, where things are going to be deployed. We've seen this, in fact, with various protocol deployments where, you know, we get an advantage because people get faster service, but it turns out that there are other advantages to the protocol. Well, as soon as it goes faster, everybody installs that protocol, and so now we get, you know, positive deployment. So the same story would be here, right? You get a free device. It comes with this sticker from, you know, your hydro people or whatever. Well, I mean, if they've done the work, then actually we don't have to do this. We just have to make sure that the profile's available. So that's good news. Hooray.
I'll just say that to a lesser degree than liability, but consumer awareness will drive the market as well. And it's going to be a slow boat to move, but it will, like the labeling and everything will drive manufacturers to act.
Just as a thought, and I haven't read the reports, so I'll put that out front. Does each report contain a next steps? And I mean short-term next steps?
I don't, well, I mean, the white paper that we were just talking about, which isn't written yet, does not, because it isn't written yet. So I can say that it definitely does not. I don't know. The awareness thing definitely does, right? Because its plan is, okay, well, now we've got these things that we need to make awareness. Now somebody needs to design an actual consumer awareness thing, and you know, that probably requires different experts, right? People who are actually good at, you know, reaching consumers, because I don't know how to do that. So we've definitely got both ends of the spectrum. I'm a little less, I'm actually a little less clear about the first of these. I can't remember
it
now.
basically comes back to the so what question. We've got all this great research and study and thought, but so what?
Well, I mean, the label, part of the reason that we were talking in the labeling discussion earlier about how it's got to be linked up with, Hussein also wanted, that it's got to be hooked up with the awareness is because that's part of the virtuous circle.
Well, maybe that's a good tune-up to the broader picture that to put that on the table, because it can help frame the next step and even where we want to be in January, if that's a good point to do that.
Okay, I think I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, the slides I shared with you, that may help frame that.
Okay,
but,
yeah, that could be. Yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay.
Unless there's more to discuss about this.
Well, that
No?
could follow
Okay.
that as well.
Yeah, okay.
Logically. Because I think it's all very good points made, and the point you made about next steps as well. We've been to Paris with a couple of people from this project as well, both from ISET, from CERA. And what was happening there is we're not the only ones. And what I'd like to do is to present two pictures. The Netherlands, which has a similar structure in terms of also how you regulate your market, and the UK. And maybe that helps to further that discussion. So basically, in the Netherlands, they have this approach which is really IoT based on digital hardware and software security, which follows the product lifecycle approach that we have as well, which recognizes the need to balance public interest, the joint responsibility, the multi-stakeholder approach, and really to look at both prevention, detection, and taking measures. So I think if we map what we've been doing there, you find that we tackle much of the points that they highlight in what they call a complementary approach, which is, yes, you look to standards and certification, you look to how to monitor your digital security, but there's also elements like cleaning up infected products, old installed base. How do you deal with all that? The testing of security research like MUD and implementation of that. And very much the liability point. That is what makes people move towards becoming more secure, more responsible in their behavior. This ought to be backed by legislation, and sometimes people say we don't need legislation, but basically there is legislation, and it can help and it can hinder. So to see that in the light of the ongoing change is very important, as well as obviously awareness campaigns, what they see as well. And what works is in the Netherlands and may work here too, But instead of procurement policy as a government, you can say, hey, this is what I find important, and with that, your critical mass in the market that stimulates producers to apply standards that you ask. And that is one of the big challenges. So if this is what I see is very well covered by the project so far, I would like to give this to your consideration, like, is there things that we need to emphasize more or do more? Because the whole thing about standards is it makes a lot of sense. Certification makes a lot of sense, but only if it's available, if producers start using that. And the holistic approach may help in that. So the UK government, Hussein already made a reference to the code of practice, which is really interesting, and these sources, and I'm sure this will be available as well to you, otherwise I'll put it in our joint, how is it called again, Slack. Very good overviews of what's out there. The code of practice, in a way, provides a slightly step up towards a more secure environment. It's a growing thing where understanding of what's needed and what can be expected is something that grows in interaction. I think by agreeing on some kind of code of practice in the way forward, that would help to come to better standards, that would help to frame the consumer awareness and provide also guidance to access providers in how to deal with that. So one of the things we could do is also look at the code of practice offered by the UK, see how it maps against where we are going, and maybe make some reference to that already in January, or indicate where we feel more needs to be done. So considerations I'd really like to give us input to finalize this session in looking ahead what we want to do this year, and how that fits in the bigger picture, and what we may want to do more is indeed the liability. It came clearly up, fully support that, crucial. Government procurement, just to beef up the request for standard and standard use and standard development. Legislation to support it, but also maybe at some point, and I don't think it's within the scope of this project, but we need to think of how to clean up the old shit and how to deal with that. And again, as said, from the British approach, maybe what they've done is a good starting point. It's not a final point. Last but not least, the international collaboration is crucial, I think. And it's great to see that CIRA already also has reached out to, for instance, SID and LNet Labs, and the clear interaction towards IETF. So these are just some thoughts that I'd like to give back to Andrew for his input. So how I'd like to wrap this up, and what next needs to be done.
Oh, I think there's a mic right here.
Thank you very much. I think these are great thoughts and complement the picture. Thank you, Martin. I would like to add in these something that we haven't discussed yet is the enforcement part. So we need to be clear. We have to have a plan. If we are going to propose a label, if we are going to build our awareness campaign, who will be the entity that's going to enforce and test and certify the products, and who will be the entity that will accreditate private labs, for example, to do the certification, and who will continue monitor IoT devices for their compliance with known standards and practices. So this, in some countries, in Australia, this was clearly identified that the government has an entity that will accredit labs, and they will do the testing on their behalf. In the UK, the BSI will do their own testing. So we need to be clear, in order to just complement the picture, who will the entity that will take charge on this, and how the other eco players will play a role.
So that's another thing that is missing that we need to identify before the end of January.
So that's easily answered. SCC does that. Standards Council of Canada accredits the organizations in Canada to do the testing and the validation. They also register the standards that can be used for either attestation or certification. So it's like if, for example, if I wanted to set up a lab, I would have to put in the filing to Standards Council of Canada, and then I would have to go through the process to show the preliminary that we've done all of the controls necessary to actually even be considered for that. So it does exist. I mean, we can outline what that is so people know what that whole process is to consider labs in the country.
There's even an ISO standard on the...
Yes, on it. There, it's actually, an ISO standard for it. Oh, bring that over, Taylor.
They got you working double duty now, Bev? So actually, as we were watching, or as Martin was presenting, and I was thinking back to Alan's idea or thoughts about what kind of unifies all of this, and then also enforcement. I mean, there's the first step of just clarifying our expectations. And I think what this report is, and what the common thread between all of this is, this community's understanding of the issues and the different ways in which to address it. Because this is something missing right now, and what I think industry is being reticent about is that there isn't a clear expectation of, from all of these different stakeholder groups of them, because there are so many different reports and recommendations on what manufacturers should be doing. I think what this report, this year one report, clearly sets out is the expectations, call it a code of practice. I mean, the consumer education and awareness bit shows that this so-called shared responsibility framework of not necessarily how to do it, but what is the expectations of how we can start to address this problem. And that's a very simple, but I think a very salient message. And if it continues to fall on deaf ears, then that's a whole other conversation, but I wouldn't want to preempt it by thinking that we've already figured it out, because I don't think, we've obviously identified this as a starting point.
So Brad Fisher again from Consumer Product Safety. And I was actually at a IoT workshop, an OECD sponsored one in Brussels last week. I think a lot of what was discussed there was the fact that really the product safety angle and the safety angle and the security angle is so intertwined, it's difficult to pull them apart. And the British approach came up a few times. I've read it too, and I think from what a few people have said as well, that is a fairly high level but practical and clear example that lays out some very basic guidelines, and now that's a great visual there for not just for consumers but for internet service providers and from industries. So I think as sort of a benchmark, when we were talking earlier about some of the messages to consumers, they did I think a very good job of hitting it at a fairly clear and crisp level. So we may want to look at some of those examples and not necessarily reinvent the wheel, because I think you look at the messages we were looking at earlier today, not all that different than what we have here, but so we may just want to also look at that, because that will be a fairly I think easy and straightforward way for us to build on what we've done and look at what others have done too. And I know there's tons of other consumer groups that are around the world that are looking at this too. Some campaigns that have come up recently or are coming out very soon too. So I think especially on the consumer awareness side, that's probably the most important one, and one of the ones that we could probably do some fairly simple and easy things that could really kind of move the yardsticks for us, to reference the Red Blacks football earlier this week.
Okay, we're at the end of the day. What I heard today was that we had some things in each one of these working groups that need, finishing up in order that we can get those pieces of the report done by the end of January. But they all seemed eminently achievable, and we didn't, in a sort of wider discussion, we didn't identify anything that was, a showstopper. Like we had some more details, some broader looking things, and we've obviously identified some external influences that can help us put together a sort of unified report. So I think that on the whole, this sounds to me like a day that was, or an afternoon anyway, that was well spent. We've identified some key things that need to be done, but everything sounds like it's in pretty good shape. And I thought the conversation was really good. So I want to thank all of you, because this doesn't work unless we have this kind of collaboration. So thank you very much. And I'm going to turn it back to Tom to show us the door.
Yeah. I'd like to echo the same thing. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you to Andrew for facilitating. And we have a reception downstairs at the Jackson Cafe from 5 to 7. So I hope to see you there. Thanks, everybody.